Good morning. It's early.
Hello.
I'm here with Cliff and Opti, and we're getting ready to push the button to go live on Misspent Youth, the Kickstarter, in what 12 minutes, 11 minutes.
Do you have like a big show button that you can hold up and press? You know,
I
isn't it
can
really the
share
button,
my
but we can
share
see
my
you press it.
screen.
You press a big button. I
If
have
I,
to remember
I'll.
that for future Kickstarters or something. Have build
I
craft a little button to press.
if you do
I don't
share
know.
screen and I can see your screen, I can move it in here because I think when you push the button, it like rains confetti, and
Oh,
that's
really?
yeah,
That would be
Oh,
exciting.
that sounds
yeah.
like a horrible mess.
Computer
Digital
confetti is the worst.
gets in
Always
all your
finding it all over my
drives.
desktop, every folder, just bottom.
Oh, yeah.
I
So
spelled aggravating wrong in all the emails I sent.
That's frustrating.
that's aggravating.
Yes, that is aggravating. I think that's what Cliff was trying to do right there, and I was
I
too
was I
focused
was
on,
I was playing with the
yeah.
expectations there. So
Awesome. Well, good morning, everyone. So it's almost 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 Central. So people will be joining us little by little, I think, as the day gets underway here. We've got a busy day. I had an interview at 5 a.m. and then we're pushing that button, and then at 12:30 we're going live with a game of Misspent Youth. And I'm pretty excited for that. You got some evil authority coming our way, Cliff.
yeah, it should be a lot of fun.
Awesome. I can't wait to see how mean you are.
I'll I'll go easy on the first time around.
Just the first time. Well, and we will have Derica and Shay joining us, and they haven't played before. So, and Opti, you haven't gotten to play the.
Am I in this one?
You are, yeah.
When is it?
It's I meet you there at noon.
Today?
At noon central. Yeah.
In today? Okay, all right.
Yes, today.
There's
Okay.
so many things to keep track of. I'm
I
absolutely
I
terrified of just blanking on something and not
right?
showing up.
I
Because
am outsourced my calendar to Sarah for the next couple of weeks.
I think if there's one thing I've learned from this Kickstarter is I really do need to implement like Google Calendar or something for everyone.
Yeah, that would be great.
yeah,
Uh,
my most frequent recurring dream theme is that I have been going to school and it's getting to the end of the semester, quarter or whatever, and somehow I've just managed to not go to my classes for one of my important classes, and I'm totally screwed. So I
yeah.
You
don't
know,
know what to.
I've had that exact dream.
It's doesn't take much difficulty to interpret. It always feels like I'm gonna miss something, and even though I try real hard not to, just stuff slips by and it shows up and bites me in the ass sometimes. And
I, I'm a
so
creature
I'm
of routine, so I have a calendar literally next to me. But Wednesdays, almost never have anything scheduled. So someone will be like, "Oh, are you free to do this on Wednesday?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And I'll literally write it down, and then I'll forget about it because I never have things Wednesdays.
You know what
sometimes
I just did?
What
And
did you just
I
do?
realized I've did that. So last night I updated the website, which is fine because we don't have like a lot of people going through the website. Like that's just not where our traffic is. But I updated it to say that the Kickstarter is live. And so if anybody did see it, then it would be like no, it's not. And they would have clicked through and they would have been very disappointed. And so the same thing's going to happen in the next 7 minutes to everybody I just sent the email to or the update to say like, hey, we're live. Like, I'm a liar. We're not live. I just like got super overzealous for checking off boxes this morning, and I'm doing them all in the wrong order. So that's where my head is today.
It's early. It's early. Um, yeah, I have at the top of my list promote this on Facebook, like while we're talking, and I'm like, I can't do it yet. I can't do it yet.
Yeah.
Not until we're live.
Yeah, so I just got the email for myself. and I please don't be up at 7 CST, everyone. Please just ignore the fact
Why
that
would you be up at
yeah.
this time?
You know, if you are not in the US, if you have a real boy job, I guess all of those reasons.
That's true.
Um,
Valid.
Ava's in chat. Ava
Yay.
did so much to make this happen. Like, she
yeah,
led this.
yeah.
So big shout out to Ava. We love you.
Yeah, I was farting around last night and made like a whole bunch of requests because I realized I had not said things that I needed to say, and Ava was Ava on the spot this morning and fixed the stuff. So thank you.
Yeah, Ava. I know she gets up early for work, and she's in Pacific time, and it's like sickeningly early there.
Not even
Yeah.
5 yet?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is
Wow.
yeah, it's 4:55.
So that's pretty gross. Her schedule's gross. But the fact that she's up, I knew she'd have it done, or give me the access to get it done. She's so on top of it. Well, we're glad you're lurking, Ava. You're amazing, and we need to praise you like all day.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
Definitely. I think what I told Sarah early on when I think I was recommending you for the Dresden game was, this is one of my new favorite people, and it's no longer true because you've known you long enough. I can't say you're one of my new favorite people. Definitely one of my favorite people. Actually, you know what? I eschew hierarchy at all, so I get to have all kinds of favorites. I don't have to specify. So you are my favorite person. So is Sarah and Opti. So and some other people, but it's a good company to share.
I used to do that a lot where like at work someone would do me a favor or get something done. I'm like, you're my favorite, and then someone else would get something done. I'm like, you're my favorite. Everyone's my favorite.
Yeah, why not? Why does there have to be one favorite?
Yeah.
If everyone's favorite, then no one is, you guys.
No, then everyone is.
Who are you? The
everyone
authority?
isn't my favorite, okay? There's a lot of people who aren't my favorite. A much larger pool.
Well, then,
Sorry,
then everyone's
people aren't
not your favorite.
No,
You said,
no.
why
everyone
can't
isn't my
everyone
favorite.
be your favorite? And I said, because
Because
then no one is. Because if even your unfavorite people are your favorite people, then it starts to lose meaning.
some people are just not my favorite.
I love seeing I just refreshed and it went from 232 to 233, so we're still getting followers 3 minutes before.
Look at you, 233. We see you.
It says there's 3 people in here. Is that the 3 of us, or is it not counting us in the Twitch stream?
I don't know how it works. Let me see here.
I'm just wondering if we have like if there's anybody besides us and Ava, we should say hi to them.
Yeah, let me
suppose
check.
Say hi in case there are. Let's just assume there are. Sorry, I'm a little rusty on streaming, so I forgot that rule of streaming is you always act like there are people watching, even if there might not.
Yo, what's up, Twitch? Slam that subscribe and like button.
And
share,
what are you doing up
retweet.
so early?
Yeah.
But since you are,
some of these might be bots too. I think it's Midsoon, Kitten Rescue, Caxips 06, Itzama, and Casino Thanks.
Okay, welcome. I'm not familiar with any of those handles, but some of them might be people I know.
You're like getting dangerously close to launch here.
I know, 7:58.
Dangerously close.
I'll need to adjust the image once we go live to not show the pre-launch anymore.
Yeah, see numbers going up here. We have some more people in the room.
Hey, welcome.
Looking around the room,
Kender
I can tell that you are the most beautiful fans in the room.
Yeah. Kender,
in the whole wide room.
Early. Is it late in the day for you or early in the day for you? Because I know you've got weird schedule. Oh my gosh, guys, we're gonna push the button in less than 2 minutes. How long have we been working on this? 2 months?
That is an odd timeline. Like, how long have we been working together? You and us. Has it been 2 months? With lots of background that had to be laid in order for us to get here.
Yeah.
Opti and Fug distrust people coming to us and saying let's work together. So it took a long time for Sarah to. We had to make her, pass all the tests of initiation.
If there were tests, they were very subtle. It was mostly waiting, I think. Like.
No, there was definitely the retrieve the fire opal from the volcano of distrust, and no, it was just we don't like signing things. We don't like we don't like agreements.
Well, it all like I talked about this on an interview this morning where it's like it sometimes the partnerships sound too good to be true. Oh my gosh, it's 8 o'clock. I'm gonna shut up. Push a button, push a button, push a button.
Look, my
Button time.
it's telling me.
This is why you got up so early, so you could watch us press the button in real time. Well, about 20 seconds
Okay,
after
I gotta find the button.
Yeah, I'm refreshing a whole bunch.
internet.
Okay, thank you, Africa. All right,
Thank you.
not really Africa. It was Toto. All right, almost there. Getting there.
Still refreshing. This is gonna be me for the next 30 days. Every 5
Okay.
seconds.
All right, ready? Here we go. Could I share my screen so that you can see the confetti?
Yes, but it might mess up my cameras. But let's try it.
Okay.
Oh my God, we're late. Press the button.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm doing it.
Sorry.
Okay.
Forget it. Launch! I pushed the button!
Woo!
And now it's just not doing anything.
Woo!
There we go. I'll take a
Yay!
screenshot of
I
the
hit
confetti.
refresh and we're there.
There's no
Told you we need a-
confetti.
Prop
There-
button. Or
you didn't
I
get
didn't
confetti?
think of it till
I got 0 confetti. How
Oh, thank God.
terribly disappointing.
my technomancers cut it off at the pass, so you wouldn't have that.
Technomancer,
confetti
stop
all
the
over the place.
confetti. All right, I gotta
Yep.
adjust this camera now. So that
Well, it's only
everyone
been 0 seconds and there's nobody backing it yet. I'm going to turn this off.
Clearly, it's
I'm
a
gonna
failure.
flip my table.
Let's see. That's the Opti camera. Where is my screen share? Kickstarter.
Did you miss it? Because I jangled with the things at the last minute.
No, I just need to adjust it now that it's a new screen. $70, $140.
Whoa.
We have 2
Holy
members.
shit.
Thank
Who are you
guys.
people? You guys
You're
rule.
the best.
You're amazing.
You're my favorites.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Definitely favorites. Yes.
All right, let's see. I'm going to zoom way out so I can see what I'm doing here. So reset.
This
done.
cup, when it has coffee in it, his sweater turns red.
I can't with you.
It's a different color when the coffee's gone.
That's
Nice.
amazing.
My coffee cup says, "Rad Dad." It's in the reverse. but
We're up to 160.
Rad Dad. Hey, thank
It's my
you,
dad mug.
person. Thank you, persons.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Really appreciate
when-
you all.
The first Kickstarter we did for Gangs of the Undercity, I don't think I looked at the updates for like an hour or so because it was so nerve-wracking. I was too invested. Like I couldn't watch it in real time.
Oh, I remember that. You were like, "Oh, I don't want to know. I don't want to know." So
Yeah.
chat was like, "You're funded, buddy." Like,
Right? I was like, oh, that was so incredible. That was so weird. That was such a weird time. I remember. Okay, so now
there we go.
I'm gonna let you guys do lots of talking because I'm doing lots of
Marketing.
yeah, like I gotta send some emails and
I'll-
some updates.
let me know when you're done with that, because then I'll do my rounds. But in the meantime, I can't multitask, so I'll focus on entertaining. Hey,
Yeah.
we're at 6 backers, $285.
Oh my God! Thank you
Nice.
guys.
Thank you guys. Thank
So
you so
exciting.
much. Ah, how cool! This is fun.
I've had a good feeling about this Kickstarter, just sort of a level of confidence that yeah, this is gonna work. I mean, maybe less confident that's gonna skyrocket and do super amazing things, and we'll be able to just publish all sorts of other cool stuff without having to beg for money. But actually hitting our goal, I've been pretty confident about it. I think a lot of that has to do with just knowing we're in good hands with Rem Alternus. But also, I think a big part of that being the legacy of Robert Bowl and just how generously supportive he's been throughout this process.
Yeah, it was really exciting. Like, not only did we get to combine our audiences for this, so Fug and Rem kind of coming together, but then Robert's following as well, and Misspent Youth has its own following and everything. So it's cool to see. I set the onerous goal of having 200 followers before I felt comfortable launching, and we were at 233 before we pushed the button. So that's really cool, guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, JR Tiemeyer. I hope I'm saying that right.
Justin Tiemeyer. Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Yay! Thank you so much for joining and having the kids here to watch too.
Aw, that's amazing.
This is about misspending your youth.
Yeah, speaking of kids, I do need to wake one of them up. Cool, so step away for a bit.
Okay, so it's time.
That's what I'm doing right now, except I'm doing it on my phone.
It's time for me to monologue then.
Right, so time for your soliloquy.
Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can break out my old 12th night here. Thank you guys for joining. Wired Dude 76, thank you for joining us in chat. Kender Mage, good to see you always. Ava, seriously, I'm not going to stop saying this. Shout out to Ava for everything you see on the Kickstarter page. She did all of the organizing, outlining, created the content with Cliff, and collected the content, and then worked with our marketing person to get all the amazing graphics. She's very talented too, and honestly, like, this is the lowest stress Kickstarter I've ever been part of. We met last night. We're like, we're ready, so that was super cool. And it's just really neat to see it all come to life and come together, and see the early risers that are up way too early with us, pledging early. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 11 people in chat. That's really cool. So yeah, Misspent Youth. Man, I did not expect to be alone this early. So yeah, just keeping it going. Ask questions about the game. We have a play test up there that is 2 hours and 45 minutes or so of us play testing a version of the game. There's been some changes since then. Hey, 325 with 7 backers. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. But yeah, Misspent Youth is a really fun role-playing game. I've gotten to play in a whole bunch. I got to play the Authority once as well. It's super easy to learn. And that's how this specific book is designed, that you can pick it up and play it the same night that you crack open the book for the first time. So it's very easy and a lot of fun. Which character are you playing or looking forward to playing? Well, gosh, so we have 6 YOs to choose from in the playtest that's out, which is going to be one of the settings of the book. And I've played almost all of them now, I think. Char is the magic user. Of course, I love magic users. Witch, Ava got to play Witch. I haven't played Witch yet. I played
Witch
Truce.
just seems to be the one that like everyone picks. Like
Yeah.
almost every playtest group, like Witch is the one like I want to play Witch. First one picked.
Yeah. I like Beatty because Beatty's the like neat freak and the organized one. And then I think, but I'm kind of looking forward to playing Panda because I never feel comfortable playing like hacker types, and the rules are so light that I don't have to worry about not knowing computers. I can just be like, I make the computer do the magic box thing it does, and
Yep.
I roll for it and it works. Like it's
Or or in the case of Misspent Youth, if it's during the free play and you're just sort of telling the story, you can make up all kinds of stuff. Like edit the cameras to do this, and I do this. If you're
yeah.
not in the struggle, you just make it work because you have the narrative ammunition. Yeah, Panda's a lot of fun. I played in the one time I got to be a player in the playtest. That was the one that I ended up choosing, and yeah, it was just fun. I think all the characters are a lot of fun. Not all of them have had quite as much uh, spotlight time as some of the others, so I'm curious to see how more of those will play out. But I think they were all pretty interesting and have cool things they could do. I
Yeah.
think after the first playtest where Sarah was like, I don't really feel the setting in this. It feels kind of tacked on. I'm like, I need to do more cool cyberpunk fantasy stuff with these characters. So Beatty, instead of just being the one who's sort of the rule follower who helps wrangle her friends and tries to make sure everything's all organized and whatever. She's also the one who spent a bunch of time in a temple program, so she's got special priest magic. She's a Baru, so she can and she's not your typical D&D cleric. Some of the examples I did of the magic you can do with that is like turning guns into snakes, brains of frogs, stuff
dope.
like that. Leaning more into the ancient Babylonian sort of feeling. Of course, maybe I'm thinking ancient Egypt, but whatever. They're all
Yeah.
mythology we can play with.
I really liked as seeing the playtests progress has been really neat. And I think that I think there's definitely some more flavor there. There's more you can do, and I think some of it too is the first time I played, I really didn't get yet that like how narrative it is and how much control you have about like you say it, you can do it. It's the ultimate improvisation, yes and yeah, it works. Good job. And that's really cool that you can just kind of keep going on it and make it bigger and bigger and bigger if you want to. And I think that's really, really neat. Hey, we're at 11 backers and $451.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Oh, this is so exciting.
All right, what's the link? Let's see. Okay,
Miss
so is the
Camera,
pre-launch page different than the launch page?
The remalternus.com/misspent youth still works to take you to the new page, the live page.
Because I'm posting it and it's still saying coming soon. I guess it doesn't super matter, but
Oh, hey, catching up on chat. Hi, Steve. Good talking to you last night.
hello, Steve.
Nice to meet you, Steve.
That was a reference to Flight of the Conchords, but
And
pretty obscure.
me and Steve talk RPGs, I think is the title of the podcast.
Oh, cool.
And been in it before, the talking about Gangs of the Undercity when that was going on. Sort of for that, and they were gracious enough to invite us back to talk about Misspent Youth, and we had a nice in-depth chat with them. Got to meet the other Steve. Well, the other, I don't know. This Steve that's on here. Oh, actually, he calls himself Old Steve. Okay, so I guess I met Young Steve. Or is it just Steve and Old Steve? I'm not sure. There's plenty of Steves going around.
Well, thank you for having us on to talk about it, because getting the word out is super important right now for small game creators and publishers and companies. So thank you. Really appreciate it.
Games that were Steve. Oh, Minecraft. It's a long since I thought about Minecraft. A minute to think of it. Your default player
it is
called Steve in Minecraft.
I always think of Blue's Clues when I think of Steve.
Oh, right. I mean, Joe was kind of the one I watched most of them through, but my kids were there through the transition. Joe going away to college. It took me a while to warm up to Steve, but Steve's all right.
When I think of Steve, I think of Def Leppard, and like the guitar solos.
Ooh.
Oh, Steve, right, and then like literally every song, the lead singer will say, "Come on, Steve," and then Steve will start shredding on the guitar.
I wonder if Steve got annoyed by that. Like, of course I'm gonna fucking play the guitar solo now. Like, why? Oh wait, should I be dropping f-bombs on Twitch? I shouldn't be
But
dropping f-bombs related to this Kickstarter
but
because
I will say though that like I bet more people know his name, right? Like than most of the other.
right? It's like why Mike Jones, like half of his lyrics are saying his own name in his song, and that's how I know who Mike Jones is.
Right? Or like when you're like rapping and you like name drop yourself, right?
That's
And
what I'm
like and your
referencing,
crew,
yeah.
yeah,
Mike
like
Jones.
like we do, like when we rap, like you
Mike
do.
Jones, Mike Jones.
Welcome to
That's lyrics.
welcome to the chat, Neurotic Moths. Thank you so much for joining us. Says this is the earliest they've backed a Kickstarter, so really excited. Thank you so much
Earliest?
for joining us.
Feel
Earliest
that
in the
energy.
campaign or earliest in the morning that you backed a Kickstarter, or both?
Both.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Hey, Thomas. Good to see you.
Hey,
Amen.
are you still in the next room? I love you.
Oh my gosh, the chat is huge. What the heck? Where do these
Yeah.
people come from?
People like us.
Hello.
Well,
The
we're also
internet.
we are on the Kickstarter page itself, so people might be finding us from there too.
I'm holding out.
Forge, welcome.
Not
Jen?
for hey Geekforge. Hey Jen.
Yeah, Jen and Eason are here. Hi, thanks for joining. My
There's a
puppy's
couple
joining
people
us.
that I miss not seeing at cons, and they're two of them.
Jen is going to be on Gen Con TV with us this Thursday for the
Nice.
Shadowrun game.
Cool.
Yeah,
Hello, Mr. Vimes.
Jen is our face. Well, welcome everyone. We are at 486 with 12 backers, so we are almost 5% of the way there. That's awesome. Really appreciate everyone.
That's pretty neat.
My
All
puppy
right,
says good luck on Kickstarter Day here.
I feel like there's more that I should be doing, but I don't. I'm a little bit frazzled.
We got to start posting to Facebook groups and.
I hit. Let's see. I did. Oh, I should probably post to the Misspent Youth.
Can we abuse our admin privileges at the Shadowrunners Union? And
I have already done it, my friend.
nobody's gonna block us off there.
the admin or the mods might get upset with us, but then we'll tell ourselves to calm down.
And we've let other stuff slide that's been way less relevant to the channel.
Well, I mean, like, you know, right up front in the rules for the Shadowrunners Union, we say if it's related to Shadowrun or if it's related to role-playing games or cyberpunk in general, then it's fine to post. So if we can post about guns and if we can post about anything even remotely related to the future and prosthetics,
or God forbid any video of somebody doing something cool like a physical stunt and going adepts.
Yes, I feel
you're
like
not the first person to think of doing that.
We could also post about our cyberpunk punk rock role-playing game.
I love it. It's we were talking a little bit when you stepped away, Opti, about the playtests and kind of seeing those advance and what we're playing later today. Who are you playing? Did you pick a character?
I think I did, but again, I have sort of outsourced all of my brain thinking. Let me see.
It's one of the 15 chats we have going on.
Yeah, right. I'm sure it's here somewhere.
It's gotten to the point where we've I showed them last week that I've started labeling my chats and changing the names to dates. So like this was like 4/19 launch day chat. so that I know which ones I need to read first.
So it's not the Gen Con TV one.
No, I think this one we talked about. Wait, it's Kickstarter
Not the
launch.
Friday game night. Okay,
It's-
Kickstarter
yeah.
launch. Let me see.
Hey, we're at $1,091.
Oh my
15
gosh.
backers. Thank you.
Oh
Thank
my
you
goodness.
so much.
How did we jump from 400 or 500 to 1,000 already? That's super
Because
dope.
I think someone might have gotten our
No way.
our
No
500
way.
level. Let's find out. I'm gonna refresh. 451 to 1,000. Oh, let's see. The 500 one is taken.
Oh my gosh, really? Who are you? Thank you. That's amazing. We thought surely no one would do that. But that's awesome. Thank you so much. Cliff's going to be super excited. Of course, Cliff had to be gone.
I know, he had to be gone right when we... Thank you.
That's so cool. Thank you for whoever you are. We're super excited about that.
Yeah. Mr. Vimes said me. Was that you, Eason?
Oh, man, how cool.
That's so neat. I don't know, Opti, if we did that within the first hour, we might need to have you and me GM another 5-seater.
I have horrible, crippling anxiety about my ability to please anybody who sits at my table, but I would take one for the team if people wanted it. Also, just like self-promotion just makes my gooch hurt. Like I hate the suggestion that like people would care about me enough to like spend money to hang out when I'm like, hey, listen, just pull me aside at Origins and buy me a drink and I'll run a game for you. Like, you know, you don't need to like support me. You just need to like ask me.
I'm live. I can't edit that out. It's
so I can't find where that thing is. So I don't know what character I'm playing, but I know. Oh, it's in a chat. It's in a Kickstarter stream. Okay, let's see. What am I doing? I am playing. We have some good news, Lambert. I'm playing Char, apparently. By the way, in this.
That's
Oh,
good
cool.
news.
No, that's not the good news.
Go ahead, Opti.
The good news is that apparently you will be running a game for a full set of friends already.
Ooh, we had the $500 backer already.
Mm-hmm.
Already.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Awesome, thank you.
I believe. Did somebody say that was? Yes, it was Eason. So I said I have horrible crippling anxiety about running games for people, and he says I have horrible crippling anxiety about asking people to play with me. So I just backed it for Jen and 4 of her friends. If you asked me, I would run every game for you guys. I love you guys so much.
I just got a text from Ava, by the way. She's willing to run a one-shot of the chapter she's writing.
Oh, that's dope. Oh, we should have done that. Why didn't we think of that?
We're real
to have the writers all run a game in their setting. We can do that. We can do that.
If you guys can entertain a little more, I can update and do another high-level tier for Ava and Opti and I.
Oh, is that? Did I really say yes to that?
Yeah. Hey, it's good to see you.
Hello.
If you don't want to, Opti, of course, I will not force you to. But promoting yourself is unfortunately a result
part of running a company. Then sure, if that's the case, fine.
I will work on it right now.
I have purposely, since Cliff and I originally talked about the setting, I have purposely not looked at anything that Cliff has done. So the playtest is going to be fun for me, I think.
That's awesome. Yeah,
Not so much of a playtest anymore, is it? It's just like an actual game.
it's just the game.
Oh, I did sort of chop some stuff out that was functional for a playtest document, but was rather I chopped some stuff out that would have been relevant to like the book,
Hmm.
but not so important for a playtest document. So it
Yeah,
is more of a playtest doc. I haven't thrown those words away. They're going to go in the book, but you
yeah.
don't need as much sort of intro and what is this game stuff
It'd be
for the
funny
playtest doc.
if this is a playtest doc made it into the final book. That actually would not be funny. We want to be better at editing than that.
People will compare us to someone else, and we will deserve it.
Well, one of the things I learned is that you cannot get away with inside jokes, right? When you're doing books, like when you're releasing books for everybody, you can't put inside jokes in there. Like, a couple of times, some people have slipped inside jokes into role playing games that they've written, and the fan response is not
I
it's not the
sometimes
greatest.
I sometimes like to include little Easter eggs for my friends, and not like really big things, but just like maybe a mention of their character or
Yeah,
something that they use. Like
if
in the first fiction piece I was hired to write for Shadowrun, I think it's for the Cutting Black book. Uh,
that was your
Shadow.
first fiction.
That was my first. That was yeah, my first short fiction for Shadowrun.
Interesting.
Actually, I wrote a longer fiction before then, Kill Penalty, the novella, but this one went in a rule book, and it was published well before that. So I think of it as first, even though the novella took a while um, to come out after it was written. Part of that's my fault. Anyway, long story. We'll cut that off. But and I've derailed my train of thought completely.
Inside jokes.
Oh yes. So in that story, I reference a game called Portal Wars. Sort of was there were a bunch of I guess it's sort of like Pokemon Go, except that instead of catching Pokemon, it's like laser tag in the Shadowrun
Ooh.
world. So that sort of caught on in a campaign I was running for people, and I just sort of dribbled that in, and a reference to vegan ghouls, which is just another thing I've dropped into campaigns. I think it's been catching on.
Vegan ghouls, I like it.
Ghouls in Shadowrun have to eat people, so vegan ghouls are ghouls that only eat ethically sourced metahuman flesh.
So inside jokes, I think work, or any kind of like Easter eggs or inside jokes work as long as they also work for people who don't know the joke, right?
Yeah,
So like
okay, yep.
including like characters from my home game. So I've done that. I mean, all the time. I have like backers of the Neo Anarchist podcast would be like, "Hey, can you put me in fiction?" I'm like, "Of course I can. I write for Shadowrun. I can do whatever I want." As far as it is concerned in the writing I'm doing. So anyway, I put people in there all the time, but nobody would know that, right? Except for the people, like, because they work just fine as characters on their own. But when you throw something in there that only works as an inside joke to something, like to maybe a handful of people, but you're like releasing it to like thousands of people, like I find that off-putting, right? Where like nobody gets it and
Well,
it's
you don't want to
useless.
do the Mary Sue thing, right?
Yeah. Well, I have a complicated relationship with that word. Like, I don't know that I know exactly what people are talking about when they say that.
Oh, okay. Generally speaking, in that they're talking about someone who writes fiction. They put themselves or a representation of themselves in that fiction, and
I hate people that
their
do that.
version of themselves, they're just so great, and all the other characters are super interested in them, and they're like become the center of the plot, which is fine, perfectly wonderful when you're writing fan fiction and having a good time and just writing for fun or writing for your friends or writing within that context. But if you're a professional author, like writing, say, Shadowrun novels or something, or not any example of really in a game book, or you should probably, not do that.
Right? Like, so like if you have
It's like
like an online screen name that you go by and also a podcast where you created a fictional character with that same name and then you insert them into Shadowrun books, you're garbage.
yeah, what a jerk. goals are there. Broken.
Amazing.
Like I don't even care.
I think you're one of the few people who can get away with it. Actually,
Well, because one of my I don't know, somebody will remember back in you're only charged if the project meets its funding goal. Okay, cool. One of the expressly stated goals early on when I started doing the Neo Anarchist podcast was I'm going to get this character into the fiction. And so I think everything that I did after that, like including becoming a writer, was just like this is in service of the clearly stated goal from a couple years ago. The writing Shadowrun serves the podcast, not the other way around. I don't know. That's pretty lame of me to say, but I'll say it anyway.
1181.
a little bit of
Vibing
history on the
with my
etymology of the phrase Mary Sue rhymes in the chat. There's a person that kept submitting scripts for Star Trek: The Next Generation where their self-insert called Ensign Mary Sue by the producers saved the day. So,
Really?
I was not aware of that.
How interesting.
I love learning things about words and sayings and where they come from, though.
So I have been watching Star Trek Discovery. No, just not Discovery. Discovery. Now I'm so confused. There's so many Star Treks. Is Star Trek Discovery the one with oh, I've blanked on everything. Michael Burnham?
I think the most recent Star Trek series that I've watched was DS9.
Well, at any rate, so Star Trek Discovery has a character, Michael Burnham, and the series is great, and Michael Burnham as a character is great. But
I've heard mixed things.
No, it's amazing. It's fantastic. It's great. But the only thing that I will say is that like the universe itself bends around Michael Burnham in sort of like obnoxious ways sometimes in that show, right? Like she's the lead character and just everything always works out when she's involved.
It's like,
and
when MacGyver does this fiddly thing with a little physics thing, and it always happens to work. Every time.
Yeah.
It never works in the real world, but it's always awesome.
But like in MacGyver, right? Like the show is called MacGyver, right? But this is like an ensemble show where like you've got other characters, and theoretically it's about the ship and the crew, and just Michael Burnham is just like every single time. Like she's perfectly, created, her backstory always perfectly matches up with what they need to do, and she's like always the most incredibly talented person. So like, me and my daughter just love it, and we're watching it, and we're like, hey, counting down till Michael Burnham saves the day, right? So I don't know if that's a Mary Sue or not, but I
think when they're the main character of the series, it depends. Are they like a self-insert by one of the writers in the room?
I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe they are. If so,
like,
they're doing it well enough to pull it off.
But also, like, it's a black woman who's like the captain of the ship, or not the captain necessarily, but like a black woman who's like super important, which like makes you feel like, you know what? I don't care. Like, let her be awesome.
Important.
Right? When people like when
if I'm gonna be on a starship, I'm gonna feel so much better if the captain is the black woman.
Is a black woman? Yeah. Like I feel that maybe they care about the crew more than but like the phrase like really started coming up for me. Like I started hearing a lot of it like in reference to Rey from Star Wars. And so, like, I just sort of started dismissing people who use that phrase. Like,
oh
I was
God,
like,
yeah, I hate how that term is applied to Rey in Star Wars. So icky.
Yeah, and I was like, every time I heard somebody say like Mary Sue, I was like, they were starting to crap on Star Wars and Rey, and I was like, oh, see you later.
Part of the problem too is that there's legitimate stuff to criticize about those films, and none of them have to do with the protagonist female character being amazing.
Yeah. Well, there's things to criticize about the first 3 Star Wars films, and like I spent my entire childhood doing it. But like that's
the girl was using a lightsaber without cutting her own arm off the first time. Like what?
She's a dyad from the Force,
right.
Leave her alone. But yeah, like nobody complained about Luke. Nobody complains about the Chosen One meme. Like that's what it is. It's a a trope. Let the chosen one be chosen one. It's fine. Anyway, I don't care about that.
It's a
Misspent
regarding
youth.
MacGyver. I've heard the new series, which I haven't seen, but I've heard the new series is more of an ensemble cast.
Is that the one from Saturday Night Live?
I don't know. I haven't actually
just
checked
kidding.
it out. It's probably on a streaming service I don't have at the moment, but I've been meaning to because I really liked the original MacGyver show. And the lead actor for that, crap, what's his name now? I don't really remember.
What's his
What I thought
name
was really neat
now?
about him, and the original MacGyver is very much like this one character kind of goes in with nothing and fixes problems and does cool stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Very much making the sort of geeky, smart kid stuff seem cool. I just ate it up when I was a kid. My dad and I watched it together a lot. But he also, that actor went on to play. He was tapped for playing Colonel O'Neill in the Stargate SG-1 series, and one of his big requirements for that going into it was like, okay, I know you guys are tapping me because I'm a pretty well-known actor, but this has to be an ensemble cast or I'm not in. And
that feels good.
The show is amazing. I mean, okay, not up all the episodes are the best, but overall, it's one of my favorite series, and a lot of it still holds up too. I've been rewatching some of it. But yeah, I just thought I'd share that. And it's also cool that I think it's cool that the new MacGyver show is something more of an ensemble cast, and he's got some more support. It's funny, the way I heard about that was somebody complaining about it on the internet. MacGyver's supposed to be doing things all on his own. It's ruining everything by him having friends helping him.
By having friends.
Richard Dean Anderson, thank you. One of my all-time favorites.
We're at 12:16, 17 backers.
Oh, you guys are lovely.
I made all the changes so we have more of the $500 level goals, and I'm starting to post to all the groups on Facebook.
So Steve is saying Lucas Till is in the new MacGyver, which has apparently already been canceled.
Oh no.
The show, apparently. Maybe not. Or maybe he's referring to the actor. I'm not sure.
Was Lucas Till canceled? Who knows?
I don't know any of that. Now I have to look at.
Come on, Lucas. Don't get canceled for us.
I keep muting, by the way, because I know I'm an angry typer, and that way.
I just use push to talk.
Yeah. Then I forget about it, though. I forget either way, but.
Okay, the new MacGyver show was canceled, not Lucas Till.
Thanks for being a stand-up person, Lucas. I don't know if you are or not. I hope you are.
We'll assume the best of you.
Yeah.
Until we hear other.
It
ran for 4 or 5 seasons. I'm way behind the times.
Good posture. All right, just posted to not Board Game Geek, to Role Playing Geek, RPGgeek.com. That's nice. I forgot about this part. This part is more stressful than I remember. Actually, no, I remember it quite well. Never mind. I take that back.
Hey, 1321 with 19 backers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
I have a feeling we're going to hit our 10,000 goal before 24 hours goes by.
I hope so. I really do.
That would feel really good.
It would.
I'm going to try not to have any expectations or compare it to Gangs, the Gangs Kickstarter in any way. I'm trying to roll with it and have things go nicely. I don't know.
Happy Kickstarter.
It's been so great to have. Again, I keep saying it, but I will continue singing the praises of Rem Alternus, Sarah and Ava and Winston, and probably some other people that I'm not thinking of names because I'm bad with names. But
Bree is our graphic artist, so she did a lot of the visuals.
Thank you very much. Like all of
Thank you, Bree.
Just done so much great work. That's this has not been stressful, and it's It will not been that stressful for us because it's probably been stressful for you. Want you to know that I see that, I acknowledge it, I recognize it, and I am super, absolutely, infinitely grateful.
We love working with you guys. It's an easy project when you work with cool people.
That's nice to say.
Yeah,
And
and I agree.
and talking again too. Just gonna shill every chance I can get that Ava led this and she made this so easy. She managed all the art assets with Bree. I just had to do marketing really, and she made this happen. Like when we met last night, and it was so stress free. It was like, are we actually ready for a Kickstarter before it launches? Like, we're not going to be ready in 3 days. Like,
stress free until everyone went to bed and Opti is lurking on the Kickstarter page at like 1 in the morning, and then starts making all of these requests for changes. And you guys wake up in the morning to Opti's wall of text saying, "Oh crap, change all this."
The amount of pestering that she had to do to get the bios and headshots from me. Granted, it was passing it along to the people who were supposed to be giving me their bios and headshots, and yeah, I think the last one finally came in last night. So,
hey, it happens.
I won't call them out for it for who's responsible for the late headshot and bio, but I guess that's something I've been guilty of before too. I hate writing bios. Oh my gosh, I was so happy to have Palmer's help because I was chatting with him the day that Ava was initially pestering me for a bio, and I just sort of like, he said, "Oh, you need help with something?" Like, yeah, could you just write my bio for me? I said jokingly, and he tossed me back the bio that you see in the Kickstarter page.
Who did you ask to do that?
Palmer.
Oh, Palmer. Palmer's amazing.
Yeah.
He was in chat this morning. I think
Oh, he was? I missed it.
Dipping in and out, yeah. And Palmer's one of our setting writers too.
Yes. And one of my best friends. I just love Palmer.
Palmer's going to be doing a sort of a steampunk fantasy island sort of setting. I'm very intrigued.
Neat.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun to. We're going to have a couple fantasy settings in this book. Before it's been all sci-fi, but still plenty of sci-fi. So if you're mostly there for the sci-fi, don't worry, we got you covered. We got another setting that's cyberpunk fantasy, of course, which is the one we're showcasing the playtests. And we're going to have a setting involving mecha on another planet. Evil corporations are stripping it of resources, and youthful offenders have to strap into their battle suits or mechas and go fight the power that way. Not sure what some of the others are going to be. We had one seat that was open till almost the last minute, and I was super thrilled to hear that Nathan Blades is going to be filling that.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan Blades was not the last person to turn in their headshot and bio, even though they were the most recent.
No, Nathan was quite prompt. I said up front, like, "Hey, if you want to do this, I need a headshot and bio like ASAP." And so, like, the next email, "Yes, I'll do it. Here's my bio and headshot." Right on.
So no promises. I don't want to bind any of the authors into preconceived notions of settings, but it seems like it might involve gay pirates.
That is. We cannot say no to that. I don't know that Nathan wants to do that because
Nathan can do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's not too close to one of the other settings, I want them to be a little bit different. But for the most part,
I also told him that, so we're good.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because I just with the writers involved in this, I just want to let them be creative and then do the yes and thing with making that work in the book. Yeah, I'm super thrilled. I was super thrilled to hear that they were going to be involved in that. It was hard to fill that last seat. We asked a lot of people. I thought would just sort of jump at it, but I guess people are busy.
Yeah, it's I think it's a fairly quick turnaround time, right? Like June.
I should have thought of Nathan Blades right away at first. I blame my not not paying much attention to Twitter these days. It's mostly where I see them. Oh, welcome back, Palmer. I was just telling them about you writing my bio for me.
You ever
Thank you
like
for that,
have
by
to
the way.
you ever have to free up disk space on your hard drive and like you need to delete a whole bunch of stuff and like you sort of get pack ratty about it and
I
like
bought a 6 terabyte hard drive, so I don't have to think about that.
So
Man.
no.
I have a lot of anxiety about deleting a whole bunch of these files because my Dropbox of all things was like, hey, you have too much stuff.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like,
I did that once. I had backed up on 2 other separate hard drives and deleted off of the original hard drive they were stored and recorded on at the time, and in the Dropbox folder, like the first 5 years of Arcology podcast recordings.
yeah.
That was nerve wracking. Even though the episodes were already published and edited and out on the internet, it was still like, eesh.
Yeah, so I just did that. Just had to take a hatchet to my Dropbox on my computer.
Spring cleaning energy in the digital world.
Yeah, because so this is driving me batty. There's a little icon, Dropbox icon on the bottom right of my screen, and it's like it has this big red number or exclamation saying, "Hey, look at me," and like that sort of thing drives me up the wall. It just I can't stand when error messages are just presenting themselves to me unannounced. I didn't ask for you, error message. Get out of here.
Top Shelf Texas, I think that's what T stands for. Asking a question about the book. Should we answer it or just tell them to go check out one of the podcasts that drop about it?
What's the
I don't think
question?
they've actually dropped yet. What's the difference between the original book and Fall in Love Not in Line? I think we have a lot to
That's a
say
good
about
question. Yeah. So I mean, Cliff could take most of this because he's done most of the work on it. But um, over time, we had been running the original, and we love the original. So like, just right up front, like it's not because we thought there was something wrong with the original. Um, but what we did find was that there was just some people that we would come in contact with, like in my home games or at cons and things like that, that just weren't quite comfortable with the level of creativity and role playing that maybe um, some other people are familiar with when they play more narrative games.
I've observed that as well with a lot of people, like new players, as well as actually a lot of people are used to playing role playing games, but other role playing games.
More
Just
like
coming
combat
to
simulation role playing games.
Yeah, if you used to like D&D or Shadowrun or something like that, where you've got stats and roll dice based on your skills and whatnot, like this is very different from that. And with how much just open creativity there is with like design the world and design the authority and their systems of control and all that before you even get into the game, that's a lot of fun for people who are really used to and interested in narrative RPGs. But for someone who's coming to a narrative RPG for the first time, that much blank space to fill can be intimidating and paralyzing. So this book is all about inviting people into the game and making it easy to sort of get going and get into the game without having to be a super practiced creative person with lots of ideas to draw from to start with. So we've got a number of different settings. Hopefully, well, probably more than 5 if the stretch goals hit. And we get Robert Bowl to write one too. Each chapter is going to be a setting for misspent youth. Basically, a whole new setting of cyberpunk fantasy setting of Neo Babylon, a mech setting. I've talked about that a few times. But each setting is going to essentially have the rules you need written within that chapter and a pilot episode and characters made for you that you can just pick and start playing. So that if you're totally new to the game, totally new gaming group, you could pick up the book, turn to whichever chapter seems fun to you, and just start passing the book around, picking out characters and reading as a group. And within an hour, you're playing your first episode, and it walks you through the basic process gives you some things to pick, lots of prompts and ideas. So you're still welcome to throw in your own. There's plenty of I think in the playtest, it's the first few scenes are almost like reading like a choose your own adventure book. This is what's happening. What do you do? But there, I think you could back me up on this, that it really did not feel restrictive. Feels more like you have something to start with.
Yeah, it was surprising that like one of the things we did for the playtests was take turns in the group reading the different sections, which are like a paragraph long each. So it doesn't take long. Like it's less than an hour to where you've read all the rules. And then besides that, like I one of the things that like I kind of wish I had tried maybe is even I think it feels like even if you skip all the rules and go right to the character creation, like and then or the character selection and then go right into the episode, like it really walks you through exactly what to do. So like you read two sentences and then you're like, okay, now we're gonna do this, and like the game just keeps moving. It was just so simple, and really it's all things go with the narrative style. So like if you've got the improv, and I think the friendship questions really help you do that, and start to get into it, like you just go. And that's really nice, and especially when you've got friends that are non-gamers, it's that rules simplicity and like just get into the game. Because like that's one thing for me, like maybe it's tangential, but hey, we're just here until we're not. So my one of my exes wanted to get me into Warhammer, but was like, you need to paint and build an entire army before you do that. And so I just stopped giving a shit about learning the game. I just didn't care anymore. But like having something that I could just dive into and play, like that's what's going to make me want to dig deeper and build my knowledge base, and then learn more of the rules and creating settings and creating characters and stuff like that. So just super simplistic, straightforward, and draws you in right away.
Yeah, I really want to make this something that anybody can pick up and play, regardless of your experience or lack of experience with role playing games. Because I found that both kinds have trouble with not just misspent youth, but a lot of the more narrative style RPGs. Just kind of don't know how to step into it. But once you do, once you get rolling, it only takes a couple of scenes before you really feel like you're in the game, and the rule stuff kind of gets out of the way and or facilitates bringing out the creativity and the themes.
I think my favorite part still is I think everyone's starting off when you're new to the game is like, how much can I say, or like how much do I make up and stuff like that. And then once you've got it where the answer is like all of it, make up all of it and just go. It's a yes and kind of atmosphere. Like once everyone gets that, my favorite part is when the authority doesn't even finish their intro to the scene or whatever, and all the players like, I stand up, like they're fighting over each other to stand up first. And I think like that is the purpose of this game. Like, yeah, let's fight with each other about who's gonna stand up first. And that was a really cool moment. I think that's my favorite part.
I added a special rule to the game called Round Robin now, where it means that you can't stand up a second time in the same struggle unless everyone else has had a turn.
Yeah, I think that's smart, so that you share.
Rules as written, anybody can stand up if they want to. It's the first person who does it. But I feel like some players don't want to be the first person to. Holy cow! We just got 4 backers in the last sentence I spoke.
Wow! Thank you. We're at 15%. Thank you guys so much.
Oh wow! Thank you guys. That's awesome.
I'm
Good
not
to see.
Staring at the website.
Yeah, I like doing it too. I'm trying to at the same time like post to all the different social media platforms. Hey, Winston. Oh, I need to turn up Cliff's volume. Can do. Done. Thank you for the feedback, Winston. Appreciate you. Did I miss anything else? Yeah, keep asking questions. We like
Is
talking
that
about the
the
game.
is that the Winston that made the videos?
He is.
Thank you, Winston. You're awesome.
Yeah, you are. Once again, thank you to Ava. Thank you to Winston. Thank you to Bree. Thank you
Thank you to Sarah.
Oh, thanks, Self. Appreciate you. No, thank you too.
No,
Thank
I
everyone
thank
who's
you,
worked on
so
this.
you didn't have to do that. But you went and made it weird.
Yeah, well, that's what I do. Things weird.
I mean, weird is how I roll. Around our house, weird is definitely not a bad word.
I've started I've gotten better with compliments. Like I can actually say thank you now, where I used to just make a sound like.
Don't look at me.
My daughter does a similar thing where like she'll be out in public somewhere, she'll come home and be like, I just had one of those moments where somebody complimented me or said something nice, and all I did was like, oh.
So, a little bit.
Right?
Yeah.
She's like, it was just the weirdest thing. I just looked at them like,
I think these days I only get weird about them when it feels like they're making me more important than I feel like I should be. Like I think there was one podcast that you and I were on Opti, and somebody said we were like the godfathers of Shadowrun. I was like, oh, don't put that.
I was like, that
please
feels,
don't say that.
That's not right. not when there are like so many other obvious choices for those titles. It was like, oh, that. Now, what I do appreciate is like like for a certain like group of people, like especially at a certain time, we represented like new avenues into gaming and Shadowrun. That was fun. I'm glad for getting a lot of people into the game.
I mean, that's how I met you guys. Was you were pointed out to me at a con as Shadowrun celebrities by one of the
I hate that
writers.
word. Yeah.
Like it was like they're the Shadowcasters. And I was like,
they literally they're 100-airs.
They're the internet randos who talk about a game sometimes.
They had the audacity to start podcasts and assume people would listen to them.
I made no assumptions. Right. I was like, when we got our first 50 downloads, I was like, holy shit, 50 people downloaded the episode. I was like, after a week, So it was super, yeah.
That's awesome.
It's just fun.
It's funny, Cliff, that Winston brought up your volume 2 because I edited the playtest, and I was super quiet. Ava was super loud, so every time one of us talked, I had to offset. And then when you have energy, like you'll get very loud, and then sometimes you'll explain the rules or something, and you drip back down. So I was like, which way do I have to push Cliff on the audio? So sometimes if we get Cliff very excited, he might be very loud in here, but I'd rather
Remind me to teach you a few things about compression.
That would be great.
Because that saves a lot of time in that stuff.
Yeah, that would be great because that took a lot of time to edit.
Compression is an audio effect that essentially turns down the louder sounds so they're closer in volume to the quieter sounds, and then you sort of turn everything up to a baseline, and so there's a lot less room swing between them. It's ultimately been like my biggest tip for people who make podcasts is compress the hell out of it so people can just, you don't want to have like quiet and loud because someone's going to be listening to your podcast in the car or something. They're going to have a really annoying time with it and turn off your podcast.
Teach me everything.
You just want it compressed like a friggin' pop song, just everything up front and tiny dynamic range.
Cool. That would be great.
But yeah, compressor will do all that like volume up and down stuff for you more or less automatically once you kind of get it dialed in. But it takes a little while to get used to them. And it just took me forever to wrap my head around compression, like when I was going to school for recording tech. But once you get it, it's not that hard.
Cool. Yeah, I would appreciate any opportunity to learn. See, guys, you join us for this stream. You support a Kickstarter about standing up to authority and teen angst and rebellion, and you get editing tips on audio. on audio recording. So you get it all right here at 8 a.m. Central. Yeah, by the way, we're 2 minutes away from the top of the hour, so we're 15% funded in the first hour.
Ooh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. People aren't
Oh,
even
the weird
awake
uncles
yet.
of Shadowrun. Thank you. I love that
The
title.
weird uncles. Somebody
That is
called me
perfect.
somebody called me the Mr. Rogers of Shadowrun, which I think was probably the best compliment I
That
could
is the best
possibly
compliment.
receive.
I love that.
Someday I hope to be.
But weird uncle
called-
feels right.
Someday I hope that someone else will refer to me as the Bob Ross of game mastering.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a
Neat.
life goal.
Happy little trees.
Yeah. Over those trees are actually going to be some tree ants here, and they're going to step in and crush or play our characters, hoping not to get a TBK here because it's all about the fun, excitement. We want to make sure they feel a thrill from those. So we'll put some mean-looking red eyes in those buggers there, and
Oh, you lost an arm. That's just the happiest.
maybe a swarm of rabid squirrels. I think would be a nice touch here. Those little happy squirrels getting ready to chew their faces off. They're so cute.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that missing arm. That's just an opportunity for a little cyber.
I'm both relaxed and concerned. Excellent. I love. By the way, you can't see it because I'm super zoomed in, but behind my green screen, just Opti and Cliff can probably see it. My dog keeps digging in my clean laundry to find ways to sleep.
I was wondering what that jingling was.
That's his collar as he. Yep.
It's not the sleigh bells from Thomas getting to work in the snow up there in Canada.
It did snow today, which is super depressing. I was awake while it was doing the worst of it, but
It snowed here all day yesterday, so
ugh.
yeah. And I think
You
in
must
one
have
of our other
snowed.
messages, like, "Hey, how's everybody doing?" Checking with people now that spring is here and all that. And my response was just, "It's snowing."
Yeah. ASMR rabid squirrel attack narration. Love it. Neurotic moths. Very good. We're at 19 viewers on Twitch. We're at 1687 on the Kickstarter. It's 26 backers. 26 is my favorite number. Just random fact there. I thought when I was younger, I was like, I'm going to get married when I'm 25 and have the first of my 6 kids when I'm 26. And yeah, then I worked at Build-A-Bear and I didn't want any kids.
I love my kids, but I'm not sure that I would recommend them to anyone else.
Fair.
They're wonderful. Just fantastic people. It's been great to see them grow up and just develop in their own ways. But yeah, I totally get it. Having kids I don't want to do it again.
It's like
Nope.
having superpowers.
If I have another kid, it will be adopting one that is well past the baby phase. I know babies are cute, but also diapers.
With great replication comes great responsibility.
For Easter, we went to a sugar shack.
Whoa, Mr. Vimes, what are you doing?
Oh, thank you for the subs and the donations. Thank you so much.
You're awesome.
So we went to a sugar shack, which was my first time going. So they do maple syrup, everything. And so we had lunch on Sunday, and Thomas's brother.
It's Sugar Shack. That's
maple syrup. Sugar
Oh, okay. That makes
creation
sense.
Thing. So they did this whole meal thing, and it was really good. But his brother brought his new puppy. And so, I went outside and took my shifts watching the puppy and walking him and stuff like that. And he's 3 months old. And his name is Kiev. And he's, I think, actually from Ukraine. And he's super cute. And I told Thomas that I'm in love with my nephew. So those are the types of kids that I can further adopt, I think. I realize that I'm too selfish and into my I want to spend my time and money on me.
I do too. Not on you, on me.
I mean, you can spend it on me. I'm totally fine with that. It's
I spent the first Uh, 3 or 4 years of having a child becoming less selfish, just so that I didn't ruin them. And then I probably ruined them anyway in ways that that
No
I'm not
matter,
aware
yeah,
of. But
yeah, generally speaking, you're gonna ruin your kids in some way. Just no matter how hard you try, you're
yeah,
gonna mess it up for them in some way. There's gonna be something that you just didn't do right, or maybe even just had a bad day or something.
but I
But
did have this really
overall,
interesting conversation with my kids the other day. It was just 2 weeks ago, where they were like, "Hey, listen, we need to talk to you about the ways in which you, um, because we had watched that movie Inside Out, right? And about the emotions inside your head, and one of the things was like when something very powerfully emotional happened, like it would create a core memory that like shaped who you were as a person. Like we need to talk to you about like how our top five core memories that you created negatively. Like, okay, proceeded to tell me about the 5 times, like each of them had like five, the 5 times that I had done something that horribly scarred them, and 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 made them different people as a result. And I was like, and now sitting back, like they're 14 and 19 respectively. So the things that they said were not necessarily things that like I even felt bad for. It was just like, oh, I didn't know that that made you feel bad and whatever. But some of the things were like, yeah, I could have done that better. And I'm sorry for that. And like, it was just a really healing conversation because I was just trying to, live and be adult and be a parent. And sometimes we hurt our kids even though we don't even know what we're doing. And it was nice of them that they felt comfortable enough to tell me before they found out in therapy all the ways that I had messed them up already, and we were able to sort of have a nice chat about it and hug it out. And I did not tell them about all the ways that they had horribly scarred me because I
yeah,
think that that's a
it's like
parent's
Saving
cross to
Private
bear.
Ryan, right? You complain, complaints go up. Tom Hanks doesn't complain to the soldiers under him. They're
Yes.
gonna get mulched. So he can.
Am-
So yeah.
Amazing. Hey, we've gotten a $150 level pledge to play with
Woo!
Opti.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. We're still at the 26 backers. Winston said that we need more backers just to spite me since it's my favorite number.
26 is your favorite number?
Yeah.
Why is 26 your favorite number? It seems very
I don't.
specific. I guess
I,
any favorite number is very specific.
yeah,
But
I don't know. It just has been for. I think it was because when I was younger, it was like the age I thought I'd have all my shit together. But still waiting for that. But Opti said.
I think you're doing great,
Oh, thanks. That's it.
and I
I'm glad
don't
I have
think
you
you will
full.
ever have your shit together. Just, I've given up on chasing that dream.
Fair.
I'm
Yeah.
just going to try to have shit, and it will be what it's going to be. And
Opti, you said one of your kiddos is 19.
Mm.
That's the age my brain still thinks I am. Like I never aged past that. So now when I hear like my friends' kids are 19, I'm like, that makes no sense. You're not like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
I
can't
think
happen.
ultimately, like our bodies feel in a register age, but I don't think our consciousness does, or at least that's not been my experience. Like I don't feel like a different age in my brain, as you might put it, from any other time that I can think of.
Yeah,
I don't know why that's a thing to bring up, just a philosophical thought or observation.
I think though, like the way that I do feel older, like the reminders that I get is when like I'll see an actual 19-year-old like jump off of a ledge or a staircase or whatever, and I'm like, and my brain goes, yeah, you should not do that. Like, you will hurt
And
if you do
I've been
that.
doing Hapkido for the last 10 years. So like I'm actually in better shape than I've been in for most of my life. So like I could totally jump off a stairwell and roll and like
Nice.
pop back up and kick injustice in the face at the end. And I think I'd be okay. Actually,
Wow.
I'd be okay in the moment and then it'd probably just,
That's
hurt,
that
hurt later.
that's cool. I
Yeah.
respect your physical abilities that outweigh my own.
And then also sometimes when I sleep wrong, I get up and I won't be able to stand upright all day. So those two things happen at the same time often.
Yeah.
I think I was in my best shape when I was super into paintball. I just had a bunch of friends who really got into paintball. We go play like out in these woods, like not like official paintball stuff. We had our own like air compressors and
Ooh.
stuff like that. We'd buy the paintballs, buy the boxes, and go out for a day. It was so much fun. There was so much running around and kneeling and crouching and just doing all this stuff. And yeah, the first couple times you do it, you could barely move afterwards. But getting to the point where I could play like for a whole day and feel fine at the end, like that felt really good.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to get back into paintball, but I'm also a little bit nervous about the people that might be playing paintball there too. I read a review of the closest paintball place. It was a 1-star review from someone who was Middle Eastern descent and went there, and they kind of treated him crappy and then called the FBI on him.
Oh my God.
Just racist bullshit.
Ooh.
That's lame.
That's the closest paintball place to here that I was thinking about bringing my kid to before I read up on them.
Yeah.
They're in Red Granite.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel good.
What's the name? Never mind. I don't need to call them out any further than that. Don't go to the paintball place in Red Granite. They're
Screw you, Red Granite paintball place.
Yeah.
I mean, Red Granite's a cool town. They got a nice quarry swing place there, and yeah, nice little small town in rural Wisconsin. But the paintball place, no good.
Isabits is in our chat. Isabits was one of our playtesters.
Oh yeah, and a couple of them, I think.
Yeah.
Been a lot of fun to play with.
2 out of 3? Were you in 2 or were you in 3? I can't remember. When you play 3 games of Misspent Youth in 1 week, you start to lose. Which one did this happen in?
I think Isabeth was Witch in one, and
Truce.
yeah.
Yeah, 2 of them. Okay.
Is she joining us for one of the other ones upcoming too?
She's. I don't think so, because the Rem Chats is the only other public one we have, and I know she was busy on the 22nd. But yeah, she was a lot of fun to play with, really creative. So hopefully we get to play more games soon. And she did say she was open to any playtests for the new settings that are being written and stuff like that. So really appreciate it.
That's for later. But mainly because I haven't wanted the authors to really start getting to work on the settings work until we know the Kickstarter is going to fund for sure.
So we can pay them.
Yeah, I feel like it's important to have a guarantee of payment before really asking for any serious work.
I'm gonna grab a muffin because I am hungry. Hey, we're at 27. It just went up. I watched it. 1722. Thank you so much, friends. Oh, this is so exciting. Hopefully it'll go up by the time I get back with my muffin.
I want
Already did.
a muffin.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
I can't because I have my AirPods in. I had something to say and I totally lost it. It's gone.
Well, it already went up while you were away, so maybe just stay away a little bit longer and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, if it goes up more when I'm gone, I'm happy to take the hint.
So, how long are we doing this morning stream thing for?
Till we don't feel like it anymore.
Okay. It seemed kind of open-ended, so I wasn't sure.
At maximum noon, because that's tech for our playthrough that we're doing today.
Yeah, I don't think I want to go all the way through and then do that, so I'll probably duck off, I don't know, kind of soonish,
Okay.
and then be back on later. I can prep for that, and
Yeah,
I don't know.
Let us know, people, too, if anyone wants to come up. Like Winston, if you're in chat and you're not doing anything and you want to jump on and talk about the process of making the intro video, or Isabits as a playtester or anything like that, we're happy to have people take up the airwave space with us. I just need to keep the energy going because I've been up since 3:30 this morning. And
Yeah.
so since we have a play through later, if I stop, I'm gonna crash hard. So I'm gonna keep going. Winston said possibly. You let us know, and you can jump on whenever you like. I'll just give you access to the channel we are in. It's at the top of the thing. The server. I can't communicate. Guys, it's happening. I need to eat my muffin.
What kind of muffin do you have?
Blueberry from Costco.
Those
Oh.
are good. Those are good.
Mm-hmm.
They have Costco in Canada.
They do, but they do not have Target.
Interesting. Why? I wonder.
Apparently they tried and it just didn't work out. That's what Thomas says. They also, like, there isn't a ton of fast food. A&W
Really?
is the big fast food that's up here.
Oh, interesting.
But, like, Starbucks, most of them don't have drive-thrus. Like, there isn't, like, a McDonald's every 500 feet. Like, we have one that we can get to relatively easy, but
That's cool.
there's no Taco Bell, which is sad because that's my favorite fast food.
Honestly, every time I go back to Taco Bell, going, oh, I've been digging Taco Bell, haven't had it for ages. Then take a bite, I'm like, oh,
I love it when
this is bland and not good.
When-
I mean,
when
it's filling stuff, not the thing I thought I was craving.
when Thomas came and lived with me in the U.S. for a while, we had a Taco Bell at the end of our street, and he like wanted it almost every day.
I used to actually my first job was at Taco Bell.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Well,
I
then
actually
I
didn't
wouldn't
mind
want.
it. It wasn't bad.
I wouldn't like it either if I had worked there. I worked at a Panera.
No, it
and
has
steak
nothing to do with
and
that. I loved it
Oh,
at the
okay.
time. I just yeah, but one of the things getting free food or half off or whatever was definitely one of the perks at the time. I was a huch Taco Bell fan at the time. And
Mm.
I grew up in a small rural town, which we had almost no fast food. Now it's all there. It pretty much started showing up as soon as I moved out. But yeah, Taco Bell was one of the things I would always hunt down and crave. And my friends would have contests to see like how few bites you could eat a soft taco supreme within. Nobody beat the two, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Nobody managed to get the one bite soft taco supreme down, though there were many attempts.
Mr. Vimes just asked, "What game mechanic for Misspent Youth is your favorite?"
Selling out, 100%. And not because it's selling out, not because like that's such a good thing to do, but the way it reflects some of the way I feel about the world, right? Like you will always have times that come up where you can get ahead by doing something that you told yourself you would never do, and being true to yourself and being true to your ideals is much harder than I think anybody ever told me growing up, right? When you watch too many cartoons, you just think like, sure, everybody just do the right thing, and then you like realize that the whole world is actually built around getting you to make a million different compromises. So yeah, I love that mechanic because it just reflects real life.
What about you, Cliff?
There's so much that I like about it, but I think I'll highlight the sort of scene and episode structure. There's not a lot of role playing games that pay attention to this is how you pace and structure a session, and have that sort of a narrative framework there for you to build your story upon. I really dig that, and shout out to Sarah from the playtesting. suggested that we go from 7 scenes in an episode down to a 5-scene structure, and I think that just I was like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's try it, and I think that is just a dramatic improvement to the game. It just flows fitter. It feels tighter. Like the 7th scene was always about the dust settles, and it felt more like an epilogue and kind of out of place. And there's another one that's sort of heating up, which is just you just cut those out, and it's much cleaner and goes right to the action and focuses on what's important. And yeah, just going from 7 scenes down to 5. I don't know why that works so well, but it does.
Well, it's like those TV shows where, like, sometimes you have an hour-long TV show where you're like, this should have been a 30-minute TV show, like, where it goes too long, and doesn't really contribute more by going that long.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of that epilogue stuff could be worked in a little bit differently.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
interrupted.
No, yeah, I agree, and I think my favorite part was the friendship questions, where like it gets you into the role play, it gets you into the narrative experience, and I love that making up these answers to these questions, like that's how you're defining your character, and so that's something that you can use to reference your relationships. Like I remember in the first one we did that's recorded, Ava said that that Witch had to step in and save Truce or something like that. And so I was like, oh, now there's red in my ledger. So like later in the scene when I beat someone up that was picking on her or something, I was like, we're even now. Like, and to bring that back and stuff like that, like out of nowhere you all of a sudden have this story and this history with these two characters, and I think that's really cool mechanically.
Yeah, and to that end, I really like that sort of asking questions and aspect of things, both to sort of recenter, but also to bring up new ideas. And I took that since I took that 7th scene away, that is ultimately an epilogue for the whole episode that you're playing through. I put in something else at the end of every scene after the struggle, before the next scene begins, called reflection, where you sort of ask questions about more directly about what just happened and how you feel about it, or what might happen next. Some of the scenes have a little bit different thing that happens there. Some are more like the 2nd scene introduces the episode question, the big question of what's going to go down in this episode, rather than having everyone reflect on something. But some of them are people go around and ask each other questions about, hey, how do you feel about this? Why did your character do that? What does this mean for our relationship? How do we feel about the authority now? Just stuff like that. Take a moment to look back and pause and reflect back on the scene you just played through. It between the friendship question at the beginning and the reflection thing at the end, it just puts it all in a nice little package.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Berserker asked us a question of what was the first sellout or corporate job that you had, IRL. Might not have been the first exactly, but the one that stands out to me the most is Guitar Center. I had a degree in recording technology from UW Oshkosh, and I needed an internship. And getting into an internship for that meant basically working a whole bunch of free labor at a recording studio, which would basically you have to beg to do even. So at the last minute, I changed my major to dual emphasis music business and recording tech, because I figured out I pretty much had all those credits too. There was like one more class I had to take to make it work, and I had to take that anyway because college bureaucracy. So I was able to do my internship just by getting a job at Guitar Center, which I was kind of thrilled about. But it's also a very it's a commission sales job where like you're competing with your coworkers over the business that walks in the door, and there's this whole corporate thing where it's supposed to be like, hey, you're all together working together as a team, but the way you get paid is we're going to drop you in a pit and throw a couple knives down there and see who makes it out. And I did really good at that job because I ultimately focused on just being there for the customers and helping them get started with the music stuff they wanted to do, and help them solve problems and stuff. And for some reason that also paid off dividends on the sales side of things. And I learned a lot of cool stuff about music and about music equipment. Actually, probably more. I learned more about recording tech and that stuff than I actually did going to school for it. Um, and definitely leveled up some of my social skills and my charisma, like just having to go out and talk to people. Approach someone, say, "Hey, how's it going?" When they walk into your department. Um, but also, yeah, just the commission sales aspect of it, just what that brought out and the people who worked there, including myself, just was so icky. And it was ultimately like the whole vibe looking back on it was the rich corporate overlords holding up the scraps for the slaves to fight over. Um, I just I hate capitalism so much. I'm so anti-capitalist because it sickens and distorts and twists and ruins everything it touches.
So
Hmm.
Everything.
I feel like one of the settings for or chapter settings for Misspent Youth needs to be a guitar center.
Guitar Center.
Maybe it would be if I'm writing a setting chapter, but I'm not. I'm going to be the game development writer that's going to make all these other cool settings that other people write work.
Nice.
I worked a number of not corporate jobs, but like jobs for corporations. Like I worked at Electronics Boutique before it was EB Games, before it became GameStop. I worked at Pizza Hut as a driver.
I
And
worked for Domino's as a driver.
yeah, there you
That
go.
was a great job until I got talked into doing a assistant manager, and that's a fucking scam.
Yeah, I didn't ever make it that high. But
That
then
was the best.
I eventually got a job as a youth minister at a mega church in Southern California, and that was like in one sense like working with kids is super cool. But like in the other sense, that was the most soul crushing thing ever. Like just the really weird, bizarre expectations, the sort of um, like fake uh, persona that you had to present, and you had to dress a certain way and act a
I
certain
mean,
way, and
knowing
it
what I
was
know
just
about your story on that, they just sound so incredibly definitive of the concept of evil to me.
yeah, it was pretty well. I mean, like I got fired from that place for a number of reasons, which I now count as a badge of honor. So like I don't like now, like things are different, and I can look back on it and be like, "Ha ha, you're the sucky ones." But back then, it was like, "Cool, I need therapy."
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah,
My
you know why I got fired from Guitar Center?
I don't.
Churches would ask for help for somebody to come out and like set up their stuff or fix it or make it work or show them how to do it. And I would just sort of take that as an opportunity to subcontract myself on a personal basis for that. Um, and eventually, someone higher up in loss prevention and Guitar Center found out about that and decided that amounted to stealing from the company because they have this service called GC Pro that you can hire for stupid amounts of money to come in and check on things that I tried to use them, but they would always ignore my emails and never take care of my customers.
Mm.
So yeah, that's what I got fired for. Ultimately, they were. So yeah, I was trying to help a church in that case, but you were
my
fired by a church for trying to help the kids.
my
In your
first
charge.
was a grocery store, and then food service. I did Steak and Shake and Panera, and then Build a Bear, and then FYE.
It sounds like the worst out of all those jobs, honestly.
Build a
It
Bear?
it had things
Yes,
that I liked about it, but it had things that I really didn't. Like
it's
I hated food service more, but like it was where your kid smells like urine and has chocolate like all the way down its neck, and like is absolutely disgusting and touching me. That like I realize that most of what I don't like about kids are the parents' fault, but
Yes, that's off-putting. I agree.
yeah, that was awful. But there were a lot of really fun parts and chance to be silly and stuff like that. But So I liked that job okay. And then I worked at FYE seasonally, which around the holidays was just hell. And by the way, I nicknamed FYE F You're Expensive. um, that was my name for them. But yeah, that was another time that I started realizing I just didn't like people and kids. So that was rough.
Hmm.
But
Working retail is not a good way to develop a positive sense of humanity.
yeah. Well, it got to the point because I promoted and moved up in different companies and stuff like that, but it started getting to the point in retail where the store was closed one day, but I went to the campus for a theater production that I was in. And when I passed the store, even though it was closed, like the stress turned into fear in my chest for the next workday. And I was like, this isn't healthy. I need to stop. So I moved to tech, a tech startup, and I'm not going back to retail ever again.
Every Friday after Thanksgiving, I just feel so grateful that I'm not working in a store. Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah. Rough times. You get some interesting stories though, like the crazy people and stuff. Like I still read the website notalwaysright.com and like Karen stories and stuff because it's like my Schadenfreude or my like I just the fact that there's that many stupid and terrible and evil people in the world and they're not my problem is there's something cathartic to that.
They happen to someone else.
Honestly, but with my retail experience, the customers were the least of the issues. It was all trying to make the round peg fit into a square hole while the company is the one driving the hammer. Like no matter what you did, it was never good enough.
Yeah.
There were all these things you had to do just so a certain way that like didn't fit your environment or your store. There were there were barriers in place to actually taking care of the customers that you had to find workarounds for. Um, just I hate capitalism again.
One thing Isabit's brought up, she'd asked, what are our favorite characters to play? And since there's only the 6 right now, and they've changed a lot over the course of the play tests and stuff like that. But one thing that I really liked that you did that was really well balanced is there's certain skill sets that pop during certain scenes. So like when I played Char, I was like, I'm just gonna magic at everything and see what I can get away with. But there's certain like social situations or like the hackers doing the hacky things, and it's like I help make the box work. So there's some times where it's kind of like, I think I just need to sit back and let the hacker do the hacking or the talker do the talking or whatever. And I think that that's kind of cool that there's places for each one to shine separately. So I think that was a cool balance.
Yeah, one of the cool things about Misspent Youth is that even when somebody is shining, everybody else is still like possibly doing something, right? You don't get to just have that one person shine the entire scene. Like if one person is doing hacking, then the other players are doing something using their tools to sort of support that. It all feels very teamworky, collaborative, and even sometimes the Misspent Youth mechanics make it so that if your role is the one that sort of wins the scene or ends the scene or gets you to succeed, oftentimes it'll point back to somebody else on your team that did something, and you're going to use their action and their ideals to win.
Yeah,
it all
if you
feels very
win, it's
collaborative.
either because you sold out or because you were building upon the success that was set up by another player.
Yeah, which all feels very cool to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love just the way.
Oh.
The mechanics of this game are so simple, but they're also just very expressive.
I might have lost audio for just a second from you guys because my earphones just died. So let me reset your audio.
R.I.P. Sarah's earphones.
Yeah, they did. All right, let's do.
But you said you couldn't hear me.
I can hear you, but
Oh.
they cannot.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Oh no, that's a lot less interesting than
External speakers. Try talking.
hello.
That did not work. Hold on.
Because he's saying he needs to talk.
Boop, boop, boo, do, do, do. Oh, that's why. Take it over here. Fixing tech issues on the fly. External. Go here. External. Try talking now.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
I did it.
There we go.
I'm so smart at technology these days.
Hey.
There we go. All right. You can be heard now.
Excellent.
All
Well,
right.
when did we stop being heard? Is there anything that we need to
I think
to say again?
before Cliff started talking. We were
I
talking
don't
about
know.
the
what I was talking
characters
Talking about what?
and how they're well
Oh,
balanced.
yeah. Actually, I was mentioning about how the game mechanics of Misspent Youth are very, very simple. There's really not a lot to them, rolling dice or keeping track of things, but they're also so incredibly expressive.
Yeah.
The rules and the structure of the episodes, like everything just serves to bring out the stuff about the game that you want to bring out. And that's definitely been there from the beginning with Robert Bowles' writing, but I've been trying to sort of adjust things along that tradition with a very minimalist approach to changing rules. I feel like the biggest change was chopping 2 scenes off the episode structure. It works great. But yeah, such simple, very few game mechanics. As a game designer, it's both a treat and a challenge because you have very few levers to move to adjust things. So any tiny change you make, though, you can see the results. So it's been fun seeing that and playing through. One of the biggest ones I've been going back and forth on is the kid gloves rule, which basically lets the youthful offenders keep going and pretend they didn't lose the first time they lose in a struggle. For some of the scenes, initially I had it for the first couple, and then lately we sort of just moved it to the very first one. I've been debating taking it off, but I think since these are going to be the first time you're ever playing the game in many cases, it's more fun to win the first round. So I might just keep the kid gloves rule in scene 1. Still thinking about it. But it's
we just made it to 2567, guys.
Wow.
Quarter of the way there.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
That's so cool.
Thank you
We
so
got
much.
whoever you are.
I got very excited. I'm sorry.
That happened.
That's exciting.
That was a big jump.
Yeah, that just
Yes.
happened right now with the 32nd backer. Thank you
Oh,
so
man.
much.
Thank you, number 32.
You're our favorite.
You're
So are the other 1 through 31. But
Yeah, the joke is, if you haven't been with us since 7 a.m. Central, is we're talking about how we can have multiple favorites and everyone can be our favorite.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we subvert and reject the concept of hierarchy. So
Thank
So
you,
we
Reverend.
have one person who is at the $500 level that's playing with Cliff and 4 of their friends. We've got one person who decided that they want to play with Opti.
That's
Thank
you.
you very much. I know. Yes, it is. And we have let's see, 12 people who are getting the full printed set of all 3 Misspent Youth books, and
Cool.
8 people who are backing just to get the soft cover, the Fall in Love Not Online book and the PDFs, and then we have another 8 folks who are backing just to get all the digital stuff, and then somebody, whoever you are, we really appreciate you. You have just given us a tip just to say we love you. And we appreciate that love. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Reverend's in chat and said that he's number 32. So thank you.
Oh,
Thank you so much,
hearts.
Aaron.
Hearts, Rev. Thank you.
Yeah.
Such a great community. I think that's really part of like. So Rem and the Fug partnership, like, it's not fun doing the business side of things. It's something that I have the skills for, but like, it's not like I go up to all the gaming companies and I'm like, want me to do your business side of shit for you? Like, so, but it was, again, like something that I really wanted to tie us closer to you because it's working with a great community and good people that have similar values and mission and want to create fun games for people while also not being shitheads. Like,
Yeah.
We try really hard to not be
Yeah.
shitheads.
Yeah.
Do.
So
Not always successful, but we really do try.
yeah. So like, just really appreciate this community and like, I think, you know, your backers and the Twitch viewership and stuff like that. I think it speaks to how loved you guys are and how much people want to support you.
Thank you, and it's been really cool to see Rim Alternus grow and just sort of come full circle with us here too, because it's really feels like what you've done with Rim Alternus was what I was really hoping to accomplish with the Shadowcasters Network. And
Oh, cool.
we tried so hard to make that work, and it ultimately, it came to a point where it wasn't. We just realized it just wasn't coming together. No matter, we tried so many different things, and ultimately sort of stepped back and decided to stop doing that as a business and focus on other things. And it's so cool to see Rem Alternus rise up and fill that so much better than I could have hoped we'd have done with the Shadowcasters Network. So
that means a lot. I love
And-
that, considering I started streaming with Shadowcasters and was like, I want to be like the grown-up kids. Like, I want to stream like you when I grow up.
well, I'm definitely not taking credit for your hard work, but I'm super thrilled to have had a formative influence
Absolutely.
in your course.
Yeah, absolutely. The Optiverse, the Shadowrun game, Demi-Humans. Speaking of Robert Bull and his work, like, it was getting to play with you guys was really cool. Again, because like, you guys were still kind of out of reach for me, where I was like, how do I get them to be my friends? Like,
You just ask.
Like, ask.
Hi, will you be my friend?
hi.
Which
will
I
you
think
be my
I think
friend?
Sarah just like assaulted me at like Gen Con. She's like, "Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm doing this cool well, I don't know exactly what you said back then, but it was something to the effect of like, "Hey, look at what cool thing I'm doing with creating this live action thing, and you're going to help me." And I'm like, "Cool, whatever." Like, awesome. I guess we're friends now. So yeah,
Well,
you know.
giving some credit to where it's due, I got to shout out Jason Hardy.
Yeah.
He's the line developer for Shadowrun, who mutual friend, and when Sarah asked him about people to talk to about making the Chicago Shadows happen, he dropped my name. So
Yeah.
must have said good things because Sarah was all ready to just like sight unseen have me hop on the squad.
Well, it was funny because when I met you for the first time and we talked about it was at a con, and you were cosplaying,
Origins, yeah.
so you were painted blue.
Oh, right.
And so I was like, nice to meet you. And by the end of the conversation, you're like, I feel like we're friends. And and you gave me a big hug, and I'm like, I hope I recognize you without all this makeup on later.
was that the time I was dressed up as Equius from Homestuck?
I'm not sure. It was you were cosplaying with your kiddo.
Yeah, there were two different times. Yeah, because the other time I cosplayed with my kiddo was the year before, and he did a Five Nights at Freddy's the marionette cosplay, and I dressed up as a security guard. We did a little skit where I got jumped and murdered.
Oh,
My
I remember that.
scream was
Yeah.
so much. It was perfect. It was like super high pitched and loud and totally unplanned, and it was just good times.
Neat stuff.
I remember that. remember watching that.
Hopefully, no one uncovers the video of me doing Carmel dancing as Equius on stage with my kid the year I met you at the cosplay
Hear
contest.
that, internet? You have a mission. It's
The video's out there, probably somewhere. Hope you don't find it.
awesome. Hey, we just got a new backer, 33 at 2602. I love the number 26. That's something we've learned today. What are our catchphrases from today? Everyone's our favorite, and 26 now is
something about 32 or 26. I don't know. What was 32? Oh, that was the number of backers that we had like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, yes. Awesome. And it's kind of cool. I actually really am enjoying I know we're streaming, which is like work, but also like we're not playing a game. We're just hanging out and talking, and that's not something we get to do very often. We always like meet online for an ulterior motive. Not that we're not now, but we have several hours to just talk, and that's really neat.
Yeah, because like COVID made it so that we don't do that anymore. We don't just meet up and talk for a couple of hours.
Yeah, COVID made that happen.
Well,
I'm
like
totally an introvert now because of COVID.
we did get to go to some cons last year, and they were small cons, and well, I mean not they weren't small cons, but they were smaller
Gen Con
than
Origins.
Yeah, than normal, and everybody's kind of was still wearing masks, and everybody's still a little bit freaked out about COVID, and
It was both wonderful and exhausting because of all that.
Yeah, but I got back from those, and they were like relatively back to back, like in the same month, I believe, last year, in September. So I did, let's see, I did ReaperCon, which is a local Texas con, sponsored by Reaper Miniatures, and then we did Gen Con, and then we did Origins, and that month of September, like I was just sort of like elated and like riding this sort of high of just being able to talk to people and engage with people and like be around my friends. And I got back, and like I think I spent all of October just in like this really deep funk because like it had been so high, and I just been every day getting to talk to people, like every day getting to like engage, every day getting to like hang out with people who had my same interests and who cared about me.
Yeah, like you're right. There's always that post-con crash, but
Yeah,
that year
and
in particular-
it wasn't like illness either. It wasn't a con crud or anything like that. It was just like I felt really down. Like, you know what I mean? There wasn't any like reason other than I felt like what community could be for a while, and then all of a sudden it was like back to sort of, in my own house with the. I don't mean to make it seem like that my spouse and my children aren't like super great and a great community, or that I don't have a great community around me otherwise, but it's like, like the mundanity of life is not the same as just being able to be in community, and that's all you have to focus on, right? Like it was just a different vibe.
Yeah.
It's always a hard thing. Which it could have been just because having 3 cons in a row like that like created this like weird artificial timeline, right? Where like
it
hey,
was a weird artificial timeline, yeah.
Like this is the universe where you get to just hang out, play games, enjoy each other. Like look at what Star Trek could do for us. And then like you had to go back to the sort of dark timeline where things are like messed up and hard, and so and maybe this year like where things are broken up a little bit more, right? So now we have Origins in June, and then
there's like a week
Gen Con in August.
Seemed.
Yeah, and then ReaperCon in September. So like they're broken up quite a bit more. So maybe I won't have that super crash, but I am very much looking forward to spending those cons with people and hanging out and seeing the people that I love. So.
I love them too, and it's a stretch for me because honestly, like growing up, I was always an extrovert, and it's only been in the past few years that I've realized that I'm an extroverted introvert now, where like I
Mhm.
love this and I love hanging out with you guys and I love seeing all the people and I love streaming for freaking 14 hours in a day or whatever I'm doing and stuff like that. But
Oh.
then I power down. Like my spell slots are gone and poor Thomas, like he's gonna just deal with after today, he's gonna deal with like Sarah that only communicates in grunts for the next like 2 or 3 days because I'm just gonna be done. Like,
It's funny. I think I've realized one of the many reasons why I was sort of instantly friend vibe with you is as an introvert, I've found that there are most extroverts are people that drain your social energy just by being around and by their expectations of your interactions and not understanding why you don't talk so much and etc. But there are other extroverts that carry the weight for you and you don't feel the pressure to really pour as much in. They sort of respect you for who you are and there's a room, right? And you're definitely one of those
oh,
extroverts.
thanks. I try not to be a drain for people because I get it.
No,
'Cause there's some
I
of those
definitely
people
feel
where
that
I'm
for
like,
you too.
they suck it right out of you. So I'm glad that I'm not a drain for you guys.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I feel that same way.
By the
Like,
way, Opti, you have another $150 player.
oh, hey,
Ooh.
you. Thank you. That's great. You are my favorite.
Thank you guys so much for supporting. Thank you for we're at 34 backers, over 25%, 27%, and Twitch has been like hasn't gone below 12 that I've seen. So thank you for hanging out with us and making us feel like we're cooler than we are.
Yeah. Talky, good stuff. Entertaining content.
Apparently I was super quiet. I just adjusted, so hopefully I'm louder now. Yeah, Isabits, come to cons. They're wonderful. We're going to Origins this year, so June 8th through 12th. That's going to be fun. I've met so many of these people just at cons. Aaron I've met at cons. My husband I've met at a con. So it's neat to meet your type of people.
I do. I remember that night.
We should. That's something we can waste time with, right? We can tell that story. So it's funny because you try to take credit for us meeting, and so does Dan Ledarski.
Well, clearly Dan's wrong.
But it started like we were kind of aware of each other because we were both in.
I claim partial credit, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I initially met Thomas through. He bribed us to have dinner with him.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. He has talked about that.
He was our friend before he was your friend.
I mean, fair.
Because he paid us to be.
Yeah.
He didn't need to.
It was fun to just
but
talk about how
still.
awkward that was with him too. Just like, yeah, all right. It's a reward from our streamathon, but it's it was just one of those things.
He did bring some Canadian maple syrup whiskey.
Sortilege, yeah.
Well,
Which
that's
was
what
great.
made me fall in love with him. So I mean,
He's so nice in every way. Just a
He
delightful
really
person
is.
to meet and hang out with. We're just like we should be paying you to hang out with us,
aw.
Yeah.
but that's not how this works. So thanks.
Well, and he so Optiverse started happening then, and he was in one show and I was in a different one, so we were kind of vaguely aware of each other.
That was our Mutants and Masterminds superhero game stream that like had like 5 different shows that were streaming, and then like they all crossed over here and there, which
I was so sure that was going to take off like gangbusters.
it was an amazing premise, and then like it just got too overwhelming, and yeah, but it was still really cool. I'm gonna revisit it one day.
Please do, because we're in for it.
I mean, you can talk about how you're going to revisit it. I think it's very context related here.
Okay, so
Relevant. That's the word.
Tell your story, Sarah, and then I'll circle back around to it.
Oh, I mean the Vaguely Aware to going to Origins, and he came to Scotch Squad, and Dan Ledarsky shouted across the room, "Hey, the French Canadians are here, and they've got the maple whiskey." And I had just been trying all the whiskeys and making terrible faces at them because I just don't like it. I like my girly foo-foo drinks, and when I heard maple whiskey, I was like, I would try that. Turns out it's amazing. I had mead in one hand. Did you make that mead? I think you made that mead.
Yes. Blessed. Thank you.
So mead in
So
one
good.
hand, Canadian maple whiskey in the other.
I feel like Dan Wolodarski's case is falling by the second.
So clearly I'm sober. And I snuck a look at his badge, and he has a really long name. It's Thomas Alexander is his full first name. But I was like really proud of my sleight of hand check to look at the badge, and then I said something to Lindy, who was sitting nearby, and I was like, I totally rolled great on my sleight of hand check, but his perception check picked up that that I said that, so he turned around and we started talking and flirting. And he, when I realized he was French Canadian, I aggressively shouted my Duolingo message at him, which was, "Il fait chaud ici ou bien c'est toi?" Which is it hot in here or is it just you?
Oh, wow.
It works. If you want to get yourself a French Canadian husband,
You want
that's
a
how you do
bag
it.
of French Canadian.
So, and then we hung out all weekend. We were inseparable, and it just kind of went from there. And all because of Optiverse and Shadowcasters. See,
like Dan shouting, "Hey, the Canadians are here." I don't feel like there's really much to
Seems kind of weak to me, but
right?
let's let the audience decide.
But like, hey, I and my future husband were both on this streaming universe created by Opti, and we both had characters, and now we have what do you call those things that you put your coffee on? They're called coasters with our characters on them.
Yeah, a friend at work made. That was my character.
And I was drinking mead made by Opti when I encountered the French Canadian. Like, I feel like my case is pretty strong. Oh, and Opti married us. Yeah.
I also
Dan,
just want to say, like,
I
all the
love you,
whiskeys
but-
that I tried at Scotch Squad, the maple whiskey was the best.
It absolutely is. And they have flavored ones, Cliff. I'll have to bring you a flavored one. They have a blueberry
Maple's
one.
a flavor? Oh,
But-
flavors besides maple. Okay.
Well, it's like blueberry maple. Like,
Ah.
it's so good.
Canada, like maple is just like chicken or water. It just,
Man, I'm in
theoretically
Wisconsin,
has
so
a
it doesn't
taste,
seem all
but
that
like
different.
tastes like everything.
Palmer says he's definitely on the side of you guys, so you get all the credit.
Dan has no case.
told
I
him-
love Dan, but
Well, we should at least allow him to make his case before it's fully decided. Maybe he has something else to add or contribute to this, but
But
yeah, as it stands,
until further evidence comes.
not looking good.
I mean,
Not looking good
the
for Dan.
case could be made that it was at a Scotch Squad party.
I mean,
That
but then
is-
every Scotch Squad person,
who was also part of the Scotch Squad.
that's too wide of a net. All right,
Fair. I told
you got to
Opti
give credit to somebody, and that somebody is Opti and me and Bobby.
Well, in
and
honor of our Optiverse meeting, our bathroom is actually in the colors of our characters. So he played Silhouette, so it's black, and then Core was dark green. So our towels are dark green and black, and our bath rugs and stuff like that. So we decorated because of the cute.
Along the Optiverse lines, I'm a musician, and I made a cool intro song for Optiverse.
Oh my
I'm gonna
gosh.
link to
That
my SoundCloud here in the
was
chat.
really great. Which is
So
another
good.
reason just to revisit.
It was inspired by the classic 80s X-Men cartoon intro combined
Yeah.
with some of the Marvel movie music feel.
Yeah, it was great. It was so great. So yeah, regarding Optiverse, as you're checking out that music, it will be lovely background music to this, but one of the settings that we were going to do for Misspent Youth Fall in Love Not in Line was a superhero universe. And we have all this art and we have all these cool ideas for the Optiverse, which is actually quite fleshed out, given all the streams and all the work we put into it. But then we decided, number one, to take me out of writing some of the settings for Misspent Youth so that we could be more diverse. And Robert also took himself out of the initial running so that we could be more diverse. And then I started thinking about it, and I think what I'm going to do is release an Optiverse book, which is using the Misspent Youth mechanics, or at least having them like sort of based on like powered by Misspent Youth or something like that, and not have it be a Misspent Youth book, but just sort of have it be an Optiverse book with mechanics that are slightly changed for a superhero universe, and have it be where you're staying true to your superhero values, right? Where your powers are sort of secondary and your relationships and your ideals are primary. And if you sell out, like you end up becoming like a sort of Rob Liefeld shoulder pad 90s anti-hero, or some sort of corporate like tool, like from The Boys or something like that. So I want it to be like the anti-Boys, like sort of like a non-ironically love letter to superheroes who just want like the Spider-Man, right? The new Spider-Man movie where like Peter is just like, I refuse to let anyone die here. Like, I am going to fix this because it's the right thing to do. I just love that sort of sentiment. So
Yeah.
I want to
Making Mr. Lee proud.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, that's it. We're not gonna take up any Misspent Youth space with that, but we'll release something like a book. It'll be like an Optiverse book. Powered by the Misspent Youthocalypse or whatever. I don't know.
It's something we're really hoping for with this campaign. If we hit the $10,000 goal, that's great. That's basically just what we need to make this happen and get people paid, not just a fair, but a really nice rate. But what we're really hoping to do is make a bunch more money to sort of help, partially help Fragging Unicorns deal with some of the backlog issues of some of the crappy companies dropping the ball and making it difficult to get some of the last stuff of Gangs in the Intercity out. Some of the figures that just haven't been able to come out because somebody's dropping the ball. And anyway, so making that stuff happen is going to be something that would be useful to build some capital for Fragging Unicorns games. But another big part of it is just sort of building up some money that we can use to make more cool things happen without having to go to a Kickstarter for it. And that includes ideas like the one Opti mentioned here with Optiverse, because even though he's doing largely a lot of the writing, there's the layout work and various other, there's so many different things that you don't necessarily think about. And they add up, and you really want to involve cool people and help them get paid doing the things they want to do, and having some funds like in the bank to do that with. I really hope this Kickstarter goes huge. Well, partly because I could use the money because I'm doing some writing, but also because it would just feel so good to not have to think about how we're going to pay for making a cool idea happen as much.
Yeah.
And you still have to think about the money and use it carefully and responsibly, but just to have that there to work with instead of always looking at. Again, I hate capitalism so much.
Yeah.
So much. If we can find a way to be a little bit, never mind. It's not free from capitalism. It's just buying more into it. But it feels like you're being freed by it by having more resources within it. Anyway, that part sucks.
Well, speaking of capitalism, we are at 2772 with 35 backers.
Nice.
That is awesome.
And I thought it'd be fun to look at KickTrack. You guys familiar with Kicktrack?
Sure.
Maybe you should tell me because somebody else might not be. Actually, I am not really familiar with Kicktrack, so I think I could guess what it might be from context.
Yeah, Kicktrack is this website that like tracks different Kickstarters that are live and does some formula to project what your goal is going to be at a given point based on who.
Oh, I was obsessed with this during
it
games.
means absolutely nothing.
Right?
Absolutely
it told me it got me really excited and it let me down.
It's real dumb, but we are on it right now for if we keep trending at the rate we are in, hour 3 now of the Kickstarter, if we kept doing that through all 30 days, which won't happen because it's Kickstarter, we would be on track to making $80,662. Again, it's fun to look at. It means nothing.
I think that's
Honestly,
that's a bit optimistic.
Yeah.
If we hit half that number, I would be stupidly thrilled.
Right. Yeah, it's depressing to watch because you do. So those who don't know Kickstarters, you do really well on the first 3 days and the last 3 days, and the 24 days in between, you do nothing. Like you inch the entire way, and it's super stressful, especially if you aren't funded yet. That like, am I gonna hit it at the end? But Kicktrack, so your first 3 days, it looks like you're doing really well, and so you're on track for $80,000. And then after that third day, it just starts going down. It's like, you're only going to make 15, 10, 9.
What is the point of that episode or that website? I mean, because like I could take any random Kickstarter and divide the number they have made so far by the number of hours they have and then multiply it out. What freaking service is that? That's a calculator.
That's exactly
and no
what it is.
forethought whatsoever.
It's dumb.
If you're doing that job, you should have people thinking about things and studying trends and like having complex algorithms and math stuff that isn't just math that I can do.
Yep, it's real.
There
They
you go.
have some news articles on it and stuff like that, and they have like today's top 10. So like if you are always on Kickstarters and looking for the next thing to back, like I could see using it for that, but meh.
Yeah, Gangs of the Undercity was one of their like, hey, these guys are doing crazy numbers right now, and then just sort of like, and it made me feel like really weird.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Oh, but hey, we're number 9 right now.
Are we?
Yeah.
Yay! We win at the thing that doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Hey, I just refreshed. We're at number 8.
Number 8.
Moving up. So keep it. Oh, hey, we just went up to 29.27. Thank you so much. 37
Thank
backers.
you. Look at that. Like now our Kicktrack number is certainly going to be higher.
Yeah, now we're at number 8 thanks to you. your contribution. I like making fun of it. I don't know why. I think because your first Kickstarter, you do really hope that it's gonna do well in there, and then when you realize it's all bullshit, you see it just gets funny.
Yeah. It was a false hope there for a while because we did so well in the first 2 days that Kicktrack was like, you're gonna be able to buy Amazon if you keep this up. And I was like, hell yeah! Oh my gosh, we're. Oh, anyway, and then as a Kickstarter, as it progressed and what you said happens, right? You just sort of have that doldrums, in the days between the third and the first third and the last third, and it was just nobody was, and then what they don't tell you about Kickstarter, this is the big kick in the nuts, is that over the course of the campaign, you'll have people unpledge for certain reasons, random reasons. It's not necessarily that you did anything bad, but it just. I took it so personally. It hurts so much when people are like, I back this, and they're like, never mind, you suck.
I felt so bad
you
with
personally are awful. That's why I left this project.
I remember when Harebrained Schemes was launching the BattleTech Kickstarter, and I was like, I did a thing with the messenger bag and everything, $200, it's gonna be awesome. And then it came down to like a few days before the Kickstarter ended. I'm like, I can't afford that. I'm just gonna back at the basic level and hope they don't notice.
Yeah.
So I like interviewed them on a podcast about it and stuff, and I know those people.
Do you apologize?
Right.
I'm
No.
so sorry.
No, my strategy was to try not to draw attention. So I've blown that now, but it's years later. I'm past
They know now.
the statute of limitations on the thing. So hey, I still backed it though. It's not like I pulled my pledge. I just went from like $200 down to 50 or something.
Sarah has now cursed me with KickTrack. I've now remembered it, and so now, I'm on it. I'm looking at KickTrack.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
We Opti, you've gotten a third member of your table here.
Oh, you guys are so keen. You are those three people. You're my favorite.
Awesome. Ow, I've been hanging out with you guys too long. My face hurts from smiling.
Hey, that's
all right. Fine,
really
I'll
nice. That's really nice.
I haven't gotten this many facial exercises lately in quite a while. Oh, 38 backers, 29.47. Thank you.
Nice.
Exciting.
You're the best.
No, like we said in the late 90s. Noise.
Noise. You're the bomb.
I don't know that I ever said that.
Bomb.com.
I did say that. Yeah, that's it sounds so silly. It sounds so silly. I think sometimes like sometimes things that I would say ironically because I thought they were so silly sounding, but then like at a certain point you just stop saying them ironically and like you're just one of those people that says those really weird things. I feel like that's my life trajectory.
I have friends that still say "da bomb" and stuff, and it makes me laugh every time because it's so weird. I'm like, you're old.
I guess I've just been watching Hot Ones episodes too many times to have any other association to the hot sauce that I'm always looking forward to seeing the struggling celebrity deal with.
Is it called Da Bomb?
It's called Da Bomb. It's like the hot sauce. Are you familiar with Hot Ones?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like one of the worst, but it's the ones they put like third to last, and it's super hot and has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Like it is like I've never had it, but like the host really refers to like there's no reason for that. The people who eat it are like this is just bad flavor and hot. It just exists to be mean and cruel and hot and have no redeeming qualities whatsoever, which is honestly not the kind of hot sauces that I like. But it is also nice that it exists, and I look forward to seeing people's reactions and wondering how I would fare if I were in that position someday. So just say, Sean Evans, I'm ready to talk to spent youth while eating hot wings. Just saying.
In Chicago, there's one of the malls. There's a hot sauce store where you can try all the different ones, and we went with a friend right after like when things started opening again after COVID, but we were all masked, and someone wanted to try like the hottest one it is, which is called like The End or something like that, and he actually handled it pretty well. Like he started sweating a little bit, but he really likes hot stuff, so he was fine. But then he put the mask on and breathed out through his mouth, and it went up and into his nose and eyes.
Oh my God.
And he like had to stop walking. He's like, I can't see because he's just like bawling. Oh.
I've been really getting into spicy food the last couple of years or so, and it's been fun. It's kind of started with a friend of mine who started making his own hot sauces, and he's been sort of distributing them local grocery stores, so making a business of it. And then I tried making my own hot sauces, fermenting some peppers that I bought, and they turned out pretty good. I've actually shared out some, mailed them to some people here and there, little bits. I intend to make some more this year with actually peppers that I'm growing. But yeah. I still have a jar of the hot sauce that I've labeled PPC, in my fridge. But I've decided to name my hot sauces after BattleTech weapons.
Oh.
Because in BattleTech, one of the biggest problems you have is heat buildup in your mech. And some of the most powerful weapons also generate a lot of heat within your battle mech. PPC being one of the biggest contributors. Lots of damage, big particle projector cannon, and it's going to heat up your mech and whoever you shoot with it. So that's my hottest hot sauce so far that I've made. But
I'm a big wuss when it comes to hot.
It used to be you just gotta, start somewhere and challenge yourself, and at some point it starts getting fun, and you sort of crave that. I don't know. It's an adventure.
I got into it. I did well with hot when I was in high school and stuff, and then when I went away to college, I just didn't have it very often, and I just lost all tolerance for it, and now I'm a big baby and don't like to eat things that hurt me anymore.
In Palmer, I have not made Shiro-Watt yet, though. I'm not sure if this is adjacent, but I have gotten reasonably good at making my own hummus.
Ooh.
I did a vegan for Lent. Courtney and I did. And that was a really long time for such a big change. But we did it, and ate a bunch of meat over the weekend, and now we're sort of decided a new regular routine. Is we're vegan 5 days out of the week. And then we have a vegetarian cheat day where we're going to have eggs and cheese. And then we have an anything goes cheat day where we can have the steak or whatever if we want.
Wow.
But yeah, I think it's been fun going that route. I've been talking to Palmer about some vegan stuff. And I think Shiro-Watt was something he recommended. I haven't gotten around to making yet. But I have been getting to know chickpeas a lot more. I make my own mayonnaise with chickpea water, aquafaba, and oil from scratch, and it's so good. It's just there's no eggs involved, but it tastes just like mayo.
How do you do all that you do and still make your own anything? I have difficulty. I work from home and I do all this stuff, and I barely can boil water for pasta in a given day.
It's because deep down, I believe that no matter what I do, no matter what I accomplish, it will never, ever be enough to be worthy of my time alive, is what it boils down to. I do things because I'm driven to do them, and then I always feel bad about not getting as many things done as I maybe should be.
Oh,
that's
no.
a trap, I know. I'm not saying that's a healthy outlook, but
that went way darker
Not
than I
advised.
was anticipating.
you never know what you get with me. Yep.
Yeah,
sometimes.
Cliff went pretty deep on the deep end, which he does, and it's good.
It's very real.
Right? It's authentic. That's probably the best word for Cliff. Not the best word.
39
It's a good word. I'll
members.
take it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, 39 folk.
We love you, and we're at 22 viewers. See, the country's waking up now. We're headed. Mountain time just hit 8 a.m. So Pacific is next. Thank you guys.
Oh,
for joining us.
should we keep going then? I need to go make myself some eggs or something if we're gonna keep streaming.
I mean, if you want to,
I think
here
I'm
for
gonna-
you.
I think I'm going to wander off and come back when it's time to GM a game. So
Okay, cool. Well, I will
That's
see you
in 2.5 hours, right?
We have to be on tech in an hour and 45 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's closer than I thought. I thought we were starting at noon or something.
So, noon central. I'm messing up. I'm Eastern time zone. So,
Oh,
it's
phew. Okay.
2 hours and 45 minutes.
Solid.
Wait, let me get this straight. I'm just confused. What time do you need me to
12
be on for
central
tech?
for tech.
12 Central for tech. Okay, understood.
Wait, are you
I will
sure
do
12
that.
Central for tech? Are you sure?
So
Don't
I'm going to
ask.
walk away from my computer, and I might not look at it again until then. No, I'm going to totally be checking the Kickstarter numbers.
It's
of course.
fine. It's 12 central, 1 Eastern for tech. We go live at 12:30.
Awesome. Thanks. I
Wait.
will
How does
see
that
you
make
then.
sense? How does that make sense if we go live at we go live at 12:30?
We go live at 12:30, and tech is 30 minutes before that.
Okay, so 12 o'clock Central.
Yes.
Okay.
You okay?
Okay.
1 p.m.
Yes.
Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. British Standard Summer Time. Is it, or is it 7 hours later?
Oh,
It's
no.
9.
Ah!
Like, honestly, if I have a nemesis, one of them is definitely time zones.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, like hear me out, everybody. Let's just do one time zone. I don't care which one it is, any time zone, pick it anywhere in the world, and we can just deal with whatever time being whatever it is in our area. If it's 6:45 p.m., but it's the middle of the night where you are, who cares? You get up at whatever time in the morning it says. The time is the same throughout the whole world. There is no need to use anything else. I'm not open to counter opinions on this. I'm
Early morning
I'm
hot
firm on
takes
this.
with
This is my
with
hot take.
Crompton.
Abolish time zones and no time changes, right? Yeah, no time changes, no time zones. It's just a time.
That would make
it's-
my life a lot easier because I've messed
like
up
if
a
we
lot of
were all
meetings.
yeah, like if you were all on a spaceships or something, you'd have some sort of time. It didn't have to relate. It's just a timer that goes on. You're all synchronized. Granted, we don't have spaceships so much yet, unless you're stupid rich or government, I suppose. But you know,
Real
You
quick,
gotta think
thanks
ahead.
to Mech Texas, Mech Business, for supporting us at the 150 seat at the table with Oppie level. Appreciate you.
Yay!
Oh. you chose your table then.
I think that's because I called him this week and was like, "Hey, I miss you. Let's hang out." And like, this is the surefire way to do it.
All right. Yeah, I haven't pestered him in a while. One of these days, I gotta play some more Mech Warrior Destiny with him.
We are at,
Yeah, he's a sweetheart.
we are at 40 and 3,132.
Oh,
30%
wow.
there. Thank you, everyone.
Sweet.
That's awesome.
Hey, Chris.
Kick track
welcome to chat.
is not reloading for me.
It only updates like every half hour or something like that.
Oh, stupid kick track.
Hey, Opti, don't believe the lies. Don't believe them.
Here, have some kick track to your brain. First hit's free. Yeah. And now it's hooked me.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
Yeah, I'll be stuck here for the rest of the day.
It's gonna be 4 p.m. You're gonna be like, I still need to get those
Hey,
eggs.
hey, got any more of that kick track? Yeah.
Amazing.
So here, I can actually do kick track's job better using Cliff's handy dandy calculations. So let's see, 31, 32 times 30.
If you need
We're on pace to make 93,000.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I really hope we hit that 100,000 because it'd be really nice to have that.
Did we talk about what we're gonna do?
We
at
have
10
not.
at
Let's
100?
talk about that next. But Cliff, if you do have to drop off, Winston can jump on. So
I will drop off now then. So leave room for
cool.
Winston.
Thanks for joining us, Cliff, and I'll see you.
Bye, Cliff.
And everyone else too. I'll see you guys hopefully at 12:30
Soon.
Central because we're gonna play some Misspent Youth with Cliff.
Yeah, thanks to everyone who's showed up to hang out in the chat and also to back the Kickstarter and stuff.
See you soon.
Bye, Cliff.
And the cameras are going to be messed up for just a second while Winston joins us. There he is. Look how flawlessly that was planned.
Well done.
Oh, how you doing, Winston?
I'm kind of tired, but I'm doing all right. I'm doing pretty good.
Well, it's good to
It
see
was
your
it was
face.
good to wake up to you all this morning.
It's good to wake up to you.
That sounds like intimate and awesome.
I have woken up in the same room as Winston.
Yes, this is. There were 4 other people in that room
Yeah.
too. But yeah.
I haven't had the privilege.
Yeah.
Well, you got to do it sometime, man. It's I've woken up with myself in the same room for the past 29 years of life. So
It's an experience for sure.
To be fair,
Yeah.
it is an experience. I have never met anyone besides Winston that literally the alarm goes off and he's vertical. Like I'm like, are you a robot? Like, what is your deal? He just wakes up, is like, good morning, everyone. And I'm like, ugh.
Well, see, I don't talk to people.
You
Like, I let people do their own thing. And so I'm not like, all right, everyone, it is 7 a.m. and we are here to go. No, it is, yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm just like I go to bed late. Like I went to bed last night at 2 a.m.
Oof.
And I woke up this morning at like 7. So yeah, it is I don't know. It is a biological factor. But I am excited for the 3rd volume of Misspent Youth.
Heck yeah. Opti was just about to tell us about what his brilliant plans are if we reach $100,000.
Yeah, if we, I mean, like let's just shoot straight for a moment. 100,000 is pretty high in the sky, but instead of just pocketing all that money, if we do happen to reach 10 times what our goal is, we have committed to, and that'll be reflected, in the stretch goals too. You'll see that pop up if we get anywhere remotely close. But we've committed to creating a grant of $10,000 so that we can just give to marginalized creators, people who can't otherwise, couldn't otherwise just have a game and market it and do all that kind of good stuff. But we would help in any way we can, but also just like, here, have some money, make your game, and you don't owe us anything, like no strings attached. We just give that money away as a thank you back to the community and back to people who we think are great, but don't always have the sort of insider privilege or just, I don't know, skin tone privilege or male privilege or American privilege. I don't know. We're just gonna basically say, here's a bunch of money, do RPG. That's it. I don't know how else to say it other than we're creating a grant.
Yeah, I love the idea of the grant, and it's super generous. And again, one of the many reasons I love working with Fug.
Vort says cigar, bourbon, and spa day with Opti at 100K. You know what I would do? I had a couple of folks on the team suggest that we have this sort of reward tier where we would have a spa day with Opti, and then we would drink whiskey and smoke cigars. But I resisted it because I think that's weird. To it feels celebrity-ish and weird to me.
Yeah, this is something we've covered, and I've discovered about Opti in the past week. He gets very uncomfortable with the, like, people want to spend money to spend time with me. Like, no. Like,
yeah, so I don't like that idea, but like I do have a bunch of the folks on the Fug Discord who are like, listen, somebody's going to want to go on a spa day with you and get their nails done and get their feet massaged and then go out for cigars and scotch with you. And I'm like, no, I that just sounds odd. I don't want to do that. But I will say, if we get even remotely close to that, and that's the thing that could like push us over to getting a grant for, marginalized folks, I would 100% like I would submit that, like, I would sort of
you would sell out your convictions?
I would sell out my convictions. Right? Like, one of my convictions is like, don't put yourself on a pedestal. I would put myself on a pedestal if it means I could immediately put others on a higher pedestal.
So there is a price you would sell your body for.
Oh well, I mean, if it's just a simple answer of sex work, then that's
that's way easier than having cigars and getting nails did.
yeah. Fraggin Unicorns. Flight of the Conchords has a fun song called Inner City Pressure, and one of the lines is, "So you think maybe you'll be a prostitute just to pay for your lessons. You're learning the flute. Ladies wouldn't pay you very much for this. Looks like you'll never be a concert flautist." And that's the way I think about it, right? Like, I could totally be a prostitute, but like, I'm just not sure there's a market for what I'm selling.
Yeah.
If I felt like there was, then maybe I wouldn't have.
Well, maybe you need
started a gaming company.
Maybe you need to reconsider, because we are now at 41 backers, $3,517, and Opti, your $500 level reward is gone.
Oh no, really?
Yep.
Oh, who are you? You're amazing. That's incredible.
You've got fans, buddy.
Well, I haven't GM stuff in a long time. I used to GM stuff all the time. But you know what scares me about those $500 levels,
What?
right? Is what Cliff said. Like, you get to the end of the campaign and you'll be like, do I really want to do this bullshit with Opti? No, not really. And then like that one person like backs out, and like we're like, oh, $500 Menards, that hurts. So
Well, I think it's funny. Something you said reminded me. I can't remember where I read this, but that there was a like auction thing, and one of the rewards was, it was for a charity event, and one of the rewards was like dinner for you and your family with Steve Carell or something. And Steve Carell showed up undercover and bid $30,000 on it.
Just so that he wouldn't have to do it.
So the charity still got the money, and he didn't have to go to dinner with strangers. And I love.
I mean, that's the way to do it right there. That's like, yeah. You can pay for your own time.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Anyway, that's it. If we get, I'll just say, if we get past 50,000, I will. No, see, that still sounds weird. It just sounds weird to say, like, hang out with Opti. Like, it's literally anybody who approaches me at Gen Con and says, "Hey, you want to go smoke some cigars?" I will turn to whoever else I'm with, and I'll be like, "Hey, listen, a thing just came up. I'll see you later." and then we'll go to Nikki Blaine's and we'll start smoking cigars. Like, that's what I do at Gen Con, is I drink scotch and I smoke cigars and I try to play games. So, like, all of this stuff that people are voting are wanting me to do is like, no, you could just do that. But again, like, if it came down to, people getting a grant, what I mean, like, if it's for other people, man, like, there's nothing I won't do. Like, I'm really, really not principled when it comes to helping other people. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody, like, who's it? Like those things come up all the time where it's like, would you run naked at a mall for like blah blah blah? And it's usually some like for $1 billion. It's like, dude, I would run naked at a mall for like $1,500, right? like this is a gig economy. Like, what do you I'm modest, like, in every area of my life, but like, I'm not so modest that like $1,500 isn't $1,500. Am I right? Take a look at all of my junk. I don't care. It's $1,500, and I know that, like, I'm not spending that on myself because people got got bills, so kids need to eat.
The other thing is like me running around naked is not a problem for me.
Yeah.
Like,
this is everybody else's problem.
Yeah, like, I see myself naked every day. Like,
Right.
So what you're saying is we need to turn this around and say you can pay me $1,500 to not run naked.
right. Like
Sure.
that's
Yeah.
on you.
Yeah.
Amazing. Oh
Yeah.
gosh. Well, for those who don't know, Winston, why don't you introduce yourself and your ties to the project?
Yeah. So I am the book. So you will get one of me by backing this project. No, I am the I designed the video for that you guys see. That's on the Kickstarter page. That was in some of the promotional material that you'll see and some of the ads for some of the streams that will be run. Yeah, I was I designed the video for the Kickstarter. So I took the vision of Opti and Cliff, and I converted it into the video that hopefully got you hyped up for this campaign.
I mean, you know how hyped I always get by your buttery voice.
Well, this was a lot less of buttery voice, because that's also my voice in the video. But I tried. I wasn't trying for this to be like. I know it's fall in love, not in line, but I wasn't trying to make it like sensual. I was trying to make it kind of like rebellious. And
that would have been something.
yeah, like,
Hey everyone, we're
It's
inviting
like-
you to fall in love, not mine. Misspent
It's like-
Youth is the world's premier RPG of finding
Yeah.
the man, and I almost
Like,
said something I wasn't allowed to say on
almost-
Twitch.
I almost did the director's cut of like the more sensual, like, yeah, fall in love, not in line, baby, something along those lines. Like,
I just got
but
shivers.
we had some we had time to we had to get things out in time. So but it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, and I mean, working on the video got me excited for playing it. So yeah, it was a really good. It was a really fun time.
There's a hidden. We should post it somewhere for backers, maybe. But the first version of your video that I love. So those who know me from Rem know that I have a mouth on me, and it made me blush.
Okay, and so the funny thing about that is, so I'm not a very like profane, like normally profane individual.
That
Like,
version,
I mean,
yeah.
for people who know me, so I run a couple of streams. I GM a stream for Rem, and like I do a couple other things, and like there may be like a swear here or there, like when I'm in character, but I'm like but when I was like, oh yeah, this is for Misspent Youth, we're thinking punk, we're thinking like rebellious, we're thinking like, like stick it to the man, like down with corporations. And I'm like, okay, well, like we got to have a couple of F-bombs in there, and, a couple other things, and calling people a-holes and things like that. And so I went in on this script, and then like and then when I sent it to to Opti and the gang to give some feedback, they're like, yeah, there's a lot of like F-bombs in here.
Winston, why are you so angry? Like, why? You really took things really far.
So yeah, that was I thought it was funny. But I was like, yeah, like we're all punk here, right? Yeah. So,
like, I think your impulse was right, but like with this particular book, we were like
it
trying
was
to
like-
do a little something different. And we're
I
trying
was
to and be inclusive, right? So like this is, I
Mhm.
told Cliff, like, what if we were able to get this book into junior high and high school classrooms, right? But what if it's subversive and it flies under the radar? And like it's hard to do that with, you know, like with swears all the time and
Yeah, fuck it, man. Yeah, that's probably not
he
the.
said it, not me. I didn't.
It's probably not the
I've
best.
been good on Twitch.
Apologies. But yeah, I rechanneled that. That was yeah.
Maybe we could
That's
have
what that
maybe
was.
we could have the N17 version of Fall in Love Not Online.
Well, so
Like, make
I-
sure to, you know, fight the man and fug your friends.
Well,
You know,
I loved it too because Opti has been very conscientious of like we want to get be on Kickstarter projects we love and stuff. So like not dropping swears everywhere is probably a better way to do that. But like once we have it, bring it on.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, so you got that for Coddlesworth, right? How did you do that? How did you get the projects we love tag?
They emailed me and said, "Hey, I'm in charge of comics for Kickstarter, and we're doing this. So yay, you!" And
Was
like,
that after you launched or
It was
before?
after I launched. Yeah.
Okay. Well, here's to hoping.
Yeah.
It has all of the hallmarks. But then again, here's my cynical side, right? Like my cynical side, and it's not even cynical. Like my realistic side says that anytime you punch up, anytime that you challenge the system, anytime that you do something that's subversive, like corporations don't like that, right? Like in Facebook, if Kickstarter's a corporation, you know what I mean? Like they fought against against unionization until they didn't, right? And good for them. You know, and now they're talking about maybe doing NFT stuff, right? Hopefully until they don't. Like what they're gonna be like, hey, we're making this thing that like talks about you guys and how awful corporations like you are. So hey, wanna slap a sticker on there that says back us? Like that's my cynical side that says like that's never gonna happen. But we'll see.
That's funny. Mr. Vimes said, "I'm in for a backer goal of swears track."
Right.
New stretch goal. I'm gonna feed the dogs real quick so I can hear you guys, but stepping away for a sec.
Awesome.
Yeah. I feel like that's always I feel like the dilemma anytime you're like really like encouraging like radical anything like through a corporate means or like a commercial means or whatever is like, well, we're encouraging people to like buck a system and like and fight back against like corporate pressures and things like that. But it's like I don't know that I would. Kickstarter isn't corporate, right? Like in the sense of like it's not EA or like some other like
Right.
big
it's
company,
not...
but it's still a system that, like you said, has some baggage and things like that, and so it's always interesting like how things like this will be received or like how like what the response will be.
Right. Yeah, yeah. There's always a what do you call it? Like a sort of subversive or counter narrative, right? So like using the tools, and I don't use the word oppressor very often. And I don't think Kickstarter is the oppressor necessarily in this scenario. But there is something to be said for using the tools of the oppressor against them. Like not to kill them necessarily, right? But to just provide a counter narrative, right? To like comic books, like in general, this is where this was sort of revealed to me. Comic books traditionally have an idea of superheroes going out there and fighting crime, and by crime, that often means you are finding the people who who have society has marginalized, and you are stopping them from committing crimes against the rich and powerful to maintain status quo. Like that's what superhero comics have traditionally been. If
So
you
Batman.
sort of right, I mean, like, right, you have sort of Batman, who is this incredibly wealthy, privileged person, right? So when he has a trauma, like, he gets to like go out there and become a superhero, where other people who have similar traumas, who are not rich, all become like Batman's villains. But in the end, like, Batman doesn't try to do anything to change Gotham. He just sort of keeps status quo in Gotham, which is a weird thing. But there is always a counter narrative, right? So Spider-Man, for example, is like the counter narrative, or the Flash, where instead of, you know, keeping status quo, they actually try to redeem their villains, or become friends with their villains, or understand their villains, so that things change for the better. So that's kind of fun.
I think there's also like the level, because one of the things that I've always loved about Spider-Man is like Peter Parker always takes some level of responsibility, right? Like in these situations, it's like Batman has literally created like 5 or 6 villains, and like
just by being Batman, right?
Yeah, just by being Batman, and and don't get me wrong, like I love Batman as a character, but it's definitely like bro, like at least 5 or 6 of these atrocities are your fault. Like, just by proxy.
Like, directly,
and it's like,
right?
And,
you fought this guy and pushed him into acid.
yeah. And so, but like Peter's whole thing, like Spider-Man, Peter Parker's whole thing is like, he really he recognizes the responsibility that he has in these, and he many times is like really trying to find the way to resolve it, or to, like, you know, he's not there to just beat people up and throw them in a jail cell. He's like how do we fix this, right? And I think that's always like the thing for him, and that's the reason why it's funny, because there was I think it was an article like a few years ago, but it was like why Spider-Man was always black. And it was interesting because it talked about like one, it like Peter Parker was just kind of like this kid from Midtown New York. Like, he wasn't rich, like he was living with, you know, people who weren't his like biological parents. And it was really just kind of like all these things that paralleled to like a marginalized experience. It wasn't just like a black experience, but just kind of like a marginalized experience for a lot of kids. And I think it was interesting because there, you know, when you, by and large, you ask a lot of like, I know if you ask a lot of like black people, like who their favorite superheroes are, you know, a lot of them will say Spider-Man, and there's just like a relational aspect of that they relate to, of just like, you know, like sometimes not much is expected of you, and you're really trying to like, you know, and you're trying to like solve problems instead of like create more of them. And you also just have this weight of responsibility on you. Because that's the other thing about Spider-Man, is that like he has such a weight of responsibility where sometimes it's like it's way too much. Like, not everything is your fault, Peter. It's all right. Like, you can take a breath. But there's like, but it's interesting because there's just like there is so much responsibility, and I feel like, I know I always related to that, just like, you know, in the way that I was raised. But I think that like, yeah, I think that there's just something about that. And I think, Opti, as you were talking about, just kind of like, you know, the superhero powered by like misspent youth, I think that's one of the things that I love about superheroes. I know that you know, because you mentioned like The Boys and like even like Invincible, you know, in some regards, that there is like this deconstruction of the superhero genre, and like in Watchmen, things like that. And I appreciate those, and I do enjoy those. I also just think that there is something beautiful about striving to be better. right? Like with responsibility, like having portraits of people who use power and authority in a good and benevolent way, because those people also exist in the world. I think that like, yeah, it's weird because like there's just like, you know, kind of seeing people like like some people truly have the perception that if that like anyone and everyone with power abuses it, like
Yeah.
like disproportionately. And I think that that's like
The
no, I
cynical
think
view, yeah.
it's very cynical. And I think yeah, like we definitely need to we need to hold people accountable who have power and authority in these places. But it's like like there are also people who do good things with like
Yeah.
you know that privilege and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, you said like The Boys and Invincible, and I would say like, you know, the Zack Snyder verse of the DC movie. Like those are deconstructions of
Mhm.
superhero. And to be honest, because of what we talked about before, right? Like the Silver Age and the Golden Age were just basically like upholding status quo at a
Right.
time where we thought that that was like the right thing to do. Well, that needed to be deconstructed, right? It needs to be sort of taken down and examined and to have the flaws pointed out. But
Right.
in demythologizing and deconstructing, like what comes next? Like, are we just left with this sort of dark, dour version of, you know, Watchmen or The Boys or whatever, or can we remythologize and recontextualize and reconstruct a more hopeful and less cynical version of these characters and tell these stories where superheroes aren't, you know, like either maintaining status quo or, you know, just out for themselves being selfish pricks. I hope and I think that we can. I think actually we're seeing that. Like Spider-Man, what is it? No Way Home? Yeah. I think that was actually the first step in reconstructing the superhero mythology after the deconstruction of the last 20 years, right? Because we had this sort of like it wasn't wide-eyed optimism, but it was this non-naive commitment to life and to loving people.
Mhm.
And I thought that was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. And that was actually, and I'm not gonna spoil anything for anyone who may not have seen it, but I highly suggest watching The Batman. But that was actually one of the things that I really liked. I think one of the major themes of The Batman, and one of the reasons why this is to me my definitive like live action like Batman / Bruce Wayne, was the ways in which they had tackled some of these themes in that movie. That is,
I'm excited.
yeah,
Now.
I highly suggest it because it is, yeah, because I think that like a lot of what we talked about, and particularly a lot of those criticisms of Batman, I think they addressed a lot of it in this new one. I think Robert Pattinson did a great job. I think that really like everyone involved in this really did great. If you haven't seen it and you're just even mildly curious, I would really suggest seeing the Batman, because I think it was I think they did a really good job, and I think a lot of the stuff that we've talked about I think has been, you know, they dealt with a lot of those things, and it was a really good film.
That's encouraging. I like what you said about Spider-Man being black, because I've heard that too. And when I was in seminary, I had to read a book by Anyway, it was a black theology of liberation, and one of the main premises was that God was black. And I remember that making me upset, and I remember that making a lot of other white folks in the class upset until I understood what was being said, right? It wasn't assigning a sort of skin color to God over and against like a white person's skin color, but it was saying that like blackness in America goes beyond skin color, right? It's not even primarily a skin color. It's an experience of systematic rejection and marginalization, and that basically like no one more than Jesus like embodied exactly that kind of marginalization And so like if anyway, it was a pretty transformative experience. So when you say like people have identified Spider-Man as being black, I've heard people say the same thing about Hulk in some regards, right? It's not about skin color, it's about marginalization and trying to do the best you can in a system that doesn't really want you.
Yeah.
So yeah. I feel that pretty strongly. Like I love those characters that X-Men, Hulk, Spider-Man, who the system is stacked against them, but they are going to carve out their own niche and live their own life and be who they are, regardless of the system trying to bust them up. Which brings us back to misspent youth. I don't know.
3678.
Yeah, I was gonna say like this is like I think this is perfect for like pointing to misspent youth because it's because I think that's the big thing is that it's like I think we talk about like railing against like corporate attitudes and things like that. I think the big thing about like corporatism and like the way that society functions is like it's about making people normal, right? Like in like every like quote unquote normal. And so you have to fit in a box, and it is about definition, and it's about like I need to be able to categorize you.
Right.
Because when I categorize, it's easier to control. It's easier like to hold the perception. And so I think that's one of the things that I love about the concept of misspent youth. And I think one of the things that I think that misspent youth brings in uniqueness to the RPG genre is I think that is bringing that philosophy and empowering people to delve into it. Because I think that that's one of the awesome things about like RPGs in general is that it gives people experiences that they normally wouldn't. And I think this is one of the awesome things that Misspent Youth brings is like changing that frame of mind of like, yeah, like it's breaking out of the normal, right? Because that's how you fight. That's how you fight like the corporatism and things like that, And it's giving people space to be who they are, and not confined to those boxes. Like this is white and this is right, and so this is what it has to be. And it's like, no, you be who you are created to be. And I think that's the beauty I think in this game, in the system.
Yeah, and like what you said, it's imaginative in that it's not just playing a game, it's allowing you to start asking the questions like, hey, what would I do if this was me and I was in this situation? And the situations and who you are not that different from what's real or what's possible in our world. So what we've always thought about it as is like misspent youth as training, right? Like like engaging your imagination so that if and when this kind of stuff happens in real life, if and when you get fed up, if and when you get kicked around, and if and when there's injustice that you could maybe do something about, are you going to stand up? Are you going to act? Because part of what gets in our way is just the momentum of not acting. Right. And Misspent Youth encourage you to stand up, right? Whenever you get that feeling, stand up. Whenever you, have injustice that's in front of you, stand up and do something. But yeah, I agree. It's a good way to look at it. How are we doing, Sarah?
I minimized the Discord window without realizing it, so we were frozen, but like audio still came through, but videos were frozen for a minute. My fault. I fixed it. I'm paying attention.
My dulcet face tones didn't come through.
But we are at 3,678. So 45 backers. And we are, what time? So almost 3 hours in, and we are 36% funded. So that's pretty darn good.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's dope.
23 people watching us on Twitch. Thank you so much for joining us and listening to us wax philosophical about Batman and Spider-Man.
According to Kicktrack, we are going to make $11,000.
That's
111,000 for you non-hobbits.
Opti's obsessed with Kick Track.
Refresh. I know.
It's-
I'm gonna leave it behind.
It's also been quite a while, so I want to shout out Ava and Winston and Bree again for all of their hard work on the Kickstarter and making the page as badass as it is.
100%.
Least stressful Kickstarter I've ever launched, and it's thanks to them. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Ooh, you know what we should do? We should talk about some of the secret Kickstarter goals, stretch goals that we haven't displayed yet.
Yeah, we can do that. Well, you know them probably offhand better than I do.
Yeah,
I know a couple of them. I just don't have them the
Well,
numbers.
I think you know the $15,000 one.
I think I do, but I don't want to say it in case I'm wrong. Extreme
$15,000.
anxiety.
So $10,000 is our goal, our funding
Yeah.
goal, and then if we hit $15,000, Misspent Youth creator Robert Bull will write a chapter for the book.
Yes, that's what I thought it was.
Yes. Stupid anxiety. You want to talk a little bit more about that? Does he have any ideas on what he wants to do, or?
Yes, I don't want to spoil it because we're not forcing anybody to, get locked into the settings that they're creating yet. But if we do hit 15,000, Robert Bull, the creator of Misspent Youth, will be writing a setting for us and a bunch of youthful offenders. And he's pitched I think 2 different settings, and they both sound really, really fun. But the reason Robert was originally supposed to be writing one for the inclusion in the main setting, but he pointed to one of the updates that he sent out for the Kickstarter for the last Misspent Youth book, which was Sell Out With Me. And he had been working really hard after the first Misspent Youth book to have more inclusive writers and more inclusive artists, and just to be more diverse in general for the Misspent Youth brand. And we sort of heard that and looked at what we had, and it's not like we're not like diverse. Like, we've got quite a few. Most of us who are working on the book are not white dudes. But like the optics of that, like as far as writers went, it did look like, Cliff and I were going to be the majority of people writing. So he said, hey, I'm going to step back if you guys don't mind, getting some more diversity in there. And then I was like, you know what? Like, absolutely. Me too. So like Robert and I both stepped off. We got room for more Black creators and more queer creators and more non-male creators. So yeah, I'm excited about that. And Robert's like, and if it's a draw for people, if they want to see me write something, then it'll be a stretch goal. So instead of having the sort of trend is have all your white writer friends, be part of the main book. And if you reach certain stretch goals, then you can have, minority or people of color as, writers down the road if you make those stretch goals. So we didn't want to do that. We wanted to make the white guy the stretch goal. So that was pretty fun. That felt pretty good to us. So yeah, that's why Robert is a stretch goal and not part of the actual Kickstarter.
Yeah. And we'll talk more about Kickstarter stretch goals, but we are up to 3818 with 47 backers. So we're almost at our 50 backer mark. And
Hey.
we are almost 40% of the way there. So that's yay!
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Almost 50 people. Woo.
So our second Kickstarter is when we hit 20,000. Notice I say when we hit it.
Mm-hmm.
20,000 is going to be for a kind of audiobook version of the rules. So we've already kind of talked about how the rules are very streamlined, very fast. You can pick up the book and read the same night that you play. But if you want it to be even faster, or you want to be able to listen to the rules as a group with your cell, then you'll have the option to do that. So that's our next stretch goal.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. I've heard only one other role-playing game do this, and ever since then, it's this. I hope somebody else out there is like this. I came across this probably 2.5 years ago, and I thought that's a great idea, and it has been an open tab on my browser for 2.5. Like, I will come back to this, and I will do this sometime later, and I want to come back here and check this for research. So yeah, that's something that I thought was so super cool. So can you imagine just like, heading down the street, like popping this in your car or whatever, I don't know what format we were doing, just listening to somebody read a rule book to a game that you just bought, right? Like that. Man, where has that been all my life, right? Instead of having to like just sit down and read it like, all the way through, just give your friends who are going to play with you the audio. Say, hey, we're going to be playing this next week, like spend the time to and from work just listening to the rules, right? Like that's just a cool idea. And plus it's like a little bit less ableist, right? It allows as many people as possible to get in on it. It's just great. Just a great idea. But, we're not super made of money, so it has to be a stretch goal, because if we don't reach that goal, then it's going to be just harder on us to get everything done and do that. But like, that's a pretty reasonable goal. I think 20,000 is a pretty reasonable goal for that. So I'm excited about it.
Cool. And then the last one that I remember off the top of my head is 25. And I said that, and then I immediately forgot it. Oh, I remember. It's the music track.
Yeah, so I mean, Cliff should be talking about this, but Cliff is an incredibly talented musician and composer, and he's written a whole lot. Every time I have any sort of bee in my bonnet about creating something, I'll just say, hey, Cliff, wouldn't it be cool if we had a music to accompany this, right? So he made a superhero intro track for me when we were doing the Optiverse stuff, and he did a bunch of collaborations for Shadowrun songs, and yeah, he's just great. So he will create a misspent youth fall in love not online theme track if we get to that.
Yeah, for
that
those
point.
who don't know as well, the Draculas, right?
Yeah, Dracula's. They have the Misspent Youth theme song. Let me see if I can't link to that, because it's pretty dope.
It is. I used a lot of it in the video editing of the playtest, and so it was stuck in. It was my weekly mantra, I think, for a week straight when I was editing.
All right, there it is.
Is great.
You can find.
It fulfills all my 90s punk rocker needs.
Yeah, it was pretty. Then Robert actually commissioned the Draculas to write that song for one of the previous Kickstarters. So I think we used that in a couple of our promos as well for this one.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, those are some of the starting stretch goals. We have them planned for at least up to 50K, and then plus if we make it to the 100K for the grant, then that would.
Yeah, we've got. We've talked about too. I don't know that we've officially cemented this, but we talked about if we get close to 30,000, then the writers get a little bit of a bump. If we get close to 40,000, then they get a more medium-sized bump, and if we get close to 50, then they get a sort of larger pay bump. And then after 50, I don't think we have much in the way of stretch goals, but we might invent some. I don't know.
Yeah,
if the momentum seems to be going that direction.
I mean, the ideas are there even from doing the stream where like we have our R-rated trailer release. We have our, like things like that. We can come up with some fun stuff.
The NC-17 audio track, right? Yeah. All the examples are explicit, you know,
Love it.
and angry and sensual. Yeah.
I am going to have to hop off here because I need to probably grab breakfast before I get into a couple of meetings for work. But I am excited for seeing this project funded. I'm looking forward to this third volume, and good luck to you guys as you continue raising money for it.
Thank you so much, Winston.
Thanks for all your help, Winston.
Yeah, no problem. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
And then everyone, give me just a minute to adjust the cameras back to where they need to be. It'll take me... Yeah. Thanks, Softy. You're helping. You're distracting me because I just want to watch your happy face instead of fixing the cameras.
They're seeing me on screen. Let's see if I can make this happen. Does it look like?
Does it look like you're peeking over?
Right. It's not coming through. It just looks lame on stream, but
I love it. Let's hide this one, and let's do.
Let's check back in with KickTrack. See how we're doing.
Jesus Christ.
According to KickTrack, we're gonna make $11,000.
11D8.
Like I said, yeah. Where I remember from Gangs of the Undercity, KickTrack is incredibly unreliable and is only for novelty purposes. And yet, here I am checking KickTrack all the time. So I don't think Drive-Thru RPGs should be sending out an email to all the people that have ever bought our books, pointing them to the Kickstarter. I don't think that Robert has sent out his Kickstarter update, although I could be wrong. So I think we should be getting like a couple different waves as people are waking up, as people are, getting word of the project. So I'm
I think part of the reason that they say to launch on Tuesdays is like Monday everyone like gets to work and has to catch up on stuff from the weekend and things like that, and then Tuesdays you take it a little more slowly and you get settled into work and then check all your fun stuff because you don't feel like working yet. And so that's why they say it should be a Tuesday morning that you do, but I think that about 9 a.m. ish, 9 to 10 a.m. Pacific is when we've hit all of those morning people, and then some of those pools and reminders from Robert and from some of our other markets and stuff, like and also the after work crew, the people that don't have time to check this stuff during work, they will be here after work.
Do you want to encourage anybody who's working for a corporation to use company hours and company time and company money to back our Kickstarter? Also, Sarah, looking at the stream, and you've kept holding my forehead.
No, I was still adjusting you.
Okay. Like, oh, there we go. That's fine. I was like, I think she maybe thought that was a joke. Like, I'm just gonna keep Opti's forehead on the stream because
I'm hilarious.
That's the kind of thing I would do.
Let's see. Okay, change my name again. There we go. Transition. Now I just need to center it.
So glad that you're doing tech for this. I was not. I had forgotten that we were going to do the stream together, and I was preparing to like have to do it myself, and I wasn't looking forward to it. And then I was like, oh yeah, we're just gonna stream on REM.
Yep. We are streaming Hub Central. Let's see. Turn off my logo. Oop. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. And then the box. Which box are you?
Which box am I? I don't know.
That was a question to myself or to Streamlabs. I think it's that one. Nope. Is this one? Yeah. Turn it off. Transition. Haha, now I've got just the two of us.
Building castles in the sky.
I can fly twice as high?
Okay, so that's a different song, but you could be onto something. If we mix up Reading Rainbow and just the two of us, we could have something there.
It's true. Hey, we're up to 48 backers. 3838. That's a nice number.
Real quick, Sarah.
Yes.
You know what? Never mind. It's no big deal. I was doing something on Discord. Bree uploaded something.
I see it.
Okay.
You saying Sarah in that way made me think you needed something, and therefore I started looking at Discord. That's the tone of someone who's about to ask me something for something.
Yeah, because the 150 graphic is being cut off, and Bree just uploaded it.
I'm
so
on it right now.
nice.
I fixed the stream. Now I'm gonna fix this.
And also, I just accepted Bree's friend request.
Friendship.
Because y'all need to know my Discord business.
All right, let's see here. I'm editing.
Butterfly in the sky. I can fly twice as high. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us.
Makes me think of the
Just the
Austin
two of
Powers
us.
one where it gets real deep and goes, "You and I."
We can be like butterflies, just the two of us. It's in a book.
It's in a book.
That was dumb.
That's funny.
So my philosophy is like it is in baseball, just like swing every time. It doesn't matter. Swing every single pitch, and
you strike out a lot, don't you?
Yes, but then every once in a while you have these amazing plays because Opti swings for the. I don't watch baseball. Like, what do you say? Like, swing for the
bleachers?
Stands, swing for the bleachers?
Stands?
Is that?
I don't know. I played softball for 14 years, and I don't even know.
When you point, right? Like, swing for the moon.
Swing for the skies.
Swing for the sun. Like, I'm not Clark Kent, right? I'm not gonna hit a baseball into the sun.
Swing for the penthouse suite.
Right. Swing for the corporate masters. I don't know.
The graphic is posted.
Woot. I have two stream chats going on, and they don't seem to be related to each other. What's going on?
Two stream chats?
Why is that happening? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see. Chris, okay. So when my wife was streaming last night, the Dresden stuff, she popped out a chat and left it on, and then Tom must have raided someone. And so like I've been watching Have I been replying nonsensically to people?
I sure hope so.
like I don't know. I don't even know whose stream this is. Like Captain Robert.
Yep, we raid them a lot because they're always
Okay.
streaming reruns of D&D.
So I don't know what I've been replying to in that chat or the chat that's our chat. And I'm closing this now so I don't keep doing that. But that's what it was. There's a window open because Christina had that window open from chat last night. And so
someone apparently has a game related question for us.
what's the question?
Let's see. I've been off of here for a while. Rulebook. Hobbit math is best math. So tell us about the challenge mechanics. The struggle mechanics, is that?
Struggle mechanics? So yeah, basically one of the only like actual strict mechanics in the book as far as rolling and interacting is called the struggle. And basically when the authority actually does something that's going to take you down, right? Something that's pushing you, something that's causing you to say, I can't take this anymore. Something that something where you feel the boot, coming down on you. Then somebody, you will say, or the GM or the authority will call for a struggle, and that sort of introduces a new time, a new kind of scene. In this struggle, the authority or the GM will describe the situation. This is what's happening. These are the stakes. This is what they want to happen. And then the youthful offenders, the PCs will say, well, this is what we want to stop. This is what we want to happen. Then a PC will say, I'm standing up. They will describe what they're doing using one of their ideals or one of their convictions, and then they'll roll 2d6. The basic chart, the struggle chart in Misspent Youth on the inside has numbers going from 2 to 12. So when you roll your 2d6, it's like craps odds, basically. So if you ever played craps in a casino or anything like that, you will put the number, you'll put a token on the number that corresponds to the dice you rolled. So if you rolled an 8, right, with 2d6, you would put a token down on the 8. And then it would be the authority's turn to act, and they would say what they want to do. They would, they don't roll dice, the authority doesn't roll dice, but they would pick an adjacent number to the one that you just rolled. Then it's back to the youthful offenders. They say, here's what I'm going to do. Another PC rolls the dice, and they put a token down on whatever they roll. Now, if they roll the dice and it comes up on something that's already been taken, so like, for example, the first PC rolled an 8, so there's a token on 8, and then the authority chose 9 for their token. If you roll an 8, then that means the PCs would win, and you would have to narrate how that person who had the 8 and you work together to overcome the authority. If it lands on a number that the authority has, then the authority, the GM, gets to describe how they win that scene, unless one of the PCs decides to sell out their conviction, and they can override the authority winning that scenario by permanently changing one of their convictions into something that's less life-giving and awful and selling out. I think that's what the question was, so I hope that I answered that correctly.
Yeah, that was a nice, concise how struggles work.
Yep. I don't know how concise it was, but that's as easy as I could make it. Well, it actually works out really easily in play, right? Yeah. It's just very, very simple to learn. The harder part is sort of getting your mind into make believe, right? As an adult, right? Our minds often resist playing make believe as adults. So that's actually what part of this book is trying to do, is reinstill a sense of it's okay to make believe, it's okay to storytell, it's okay to engage your imagination, even if you're an adult, maybe especially if you're an adult, or especially if you've never played role-playing games before, or especially if you come from more traditional role-playing games where that sort of narrative isn't foregrounded, just roll some dice and do some damage. So this is something that we're trying to engage people in a different kind of experience with.
Yeah, it's cool beans. Really easy to walk through. The playtest is posted. I know you're not watching the playtest video right now because you're watching us, but when you do, seeing how easy the scenes are set up and how easy it is to get rolling into them, it's super simple. Some of the scenes, honestly, like depending on your roles, the scene ends really quickly with the struggle, where the authority places a number on 5 and then the first thing the youthful offenders roll is a 5. Well, scene's over.
Yeah.
But sometimes you fill up the whole board, and so it's kind of cool to see that setup where it's so easily playable, but like the time comes in with the narration of what happens. Like, okay, well, you were successful, so describe what happens. Go. So that's pretty neat.
Yup.
3908.
Yay!
Less than 100 from our 40% mark, and one backer away from 50.
Oh man, that's groovy.
Yeah.
No comments so far, which is nice. I remember on the Gangs of the Undercity one, I spent most of the day fielding comments and answering questions. So this one's a little bit for a number of reasons. This Kickstarter is a lot less relaxed. So.
A lot more relaxed, I think you mean.
Did I say what? Not a lot less relaxed?
Yeah.
Is that what
We'll hope that the less comments means we have just answered all of the questions, because we're so thorough about everything. I love it. Was it Justin in chat?
Justin. Yes.
Justin was number 2. Bree was 49. Number 3 was Palmer. I like this game. Yeah, we just talked about stretch goals actually, Justin, but we can talk about them again. So stretch goals, we have. Oh, we're at 50. We're at 50.
Yay, that's exciting.
Hooray!
Thank you, number 50.
Thank you, number 50. So yeah, stretch goals. So at the $15,000 mark, Robert Bull, the creator of Misspent Youth, will write a chapter for the game itself. And Opti had lots of information on how Robert very coolly, that's a weird thing to say, he was very cool and offered to step back from writing as part of the book itself without being a stretch goal, because he was making space for other gamers of minority demographics. So that's really cool. Hey, we just hit 4,000! Yay!
All right. Thank you.
Backers. Thank you so much, everyone. That's so exciting. And then 20,000 then. So 15,000 is the Robert Bull chapter. 20,000 is turning the rules into an audiobook format. And 25,000 is a custom, an all-new music track composed by Clifton Lambert, so who's the lead developer of this. So those are the first 3 that we've dropped so far. So good stuff. Oh, I'm so excited, Opti.
Yes, this is exciting. We're getting a number of people asking various questions on Twitter and Reddit and things like that about why we're not offering a tier that just offers the new book as opposed to giving away the old books as well. And I mean, I think the question, I think they're misunderstanding what's going on, because if you buy the digital copy of Fall in Love Not Online, we're just giving you away the old one for free, or the other 2 for free. So like, you're not actually pledging for 3 books. You're just pledging for Fall in Love Not Online, and we're just including 2 PDF copies of Misspent Youth and Sell Out With Me. I don't know if we should make that more clear or not, but
We can do an FAQ, so I'm jotting it down.
yeah, because that's a second question, and so the reply was like, hey, if you if you back this one, you're getting more than your money's worth. You're getting 3 times as much as you're backing for. But I'm not sure that's
That's
like,
not
I don't know.
fair.
It's like, we're giving you more, folks. Like,
Yeah, we
no,
can-
I want it to look like I'm getting a bargain. I don't want to actually just get a bargain.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, we can change the language in the reward too, maybe to say free. Like, you get these 2 free.
Yeah.
If it'll let me. But yeah.
Now, Sarah, you have infected me with the Reading Rainbow theme song. I appreciate that. Once a song gets stuck in my head, it'll be there for days.
You're welcome.
So, yeah, that to look forward to. I am
There are worse songs.
probably, yeah, there absolutely are. I'll probably get to take a break soon because we're going to be back here in an hour and a half to do the actual play.
Yeah. So why don't we do that? Why don't we take a break? So folks, thank you. We have 22 people still in chat. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll update the link to go to the video. So if people go to the Kickstarter and they want to watch this, they can. But we will be back here live again in an hour and a half, as Opti said. So this is 12. I'm sorry. No, it's going to be 2 hours from now because we have tech in an hour and a half. With Opti, Clifton Lambert, and Derica and Shay from our channel, and we're all going to play an episode of Misspent Youth. There's going to be a 5-episode campaign that we play every single week on Tuesday until the Kickstarter's over. So it's going to be a continuing story arc. And yeah, we'll be back here then to play a game, and you can see how it all works. Yes, the play link will be on the Kickstarter as well. You'll find everything, whether you come to the Twitch or you come to Kickstarter. So thank you all for joining. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. This is great. This is sort of a tradition that I really like doing, is starting the Kickstarter off by doing a live chat and just hanging out, and really enjoyed being here with all of you. You've encouraged us quite a bit.
Yes. I get very excited when I see the number go up, but it's like an addiction where you just want more. Where
Right.
It's like, yes, we hit 4,000. Now let's make it 5.
Let's I would love it if we hit 5,000 by the time we came back in an hour and a half.
I think we will.
If you all wouldn't mind, probably the best way to encourage people to donate or to back us is by you sharing on all your socials, you know, how cool we are and what a neat book this is, and using all the words that you would normally use that don't sound like Opti putting words in your mouth. Share about how much it's awesome.
Well, Bree, actually, so here's a change of plan for me. Opti, you can go take a break. I'm going to stay on because we just jumped up to 35 followers, and Bree just promoted this to my old work people. So hi, everyone, if you're joining. I miss you a whole lot, and thanks for joining us. But I'm going to stay on and chat with folks. If anyone in our chat would like to jump on and talk with me, and I can tell them all about Misspent Youth, so I'm not just talking it myself, let me know, and I'll invite you to the chat. But
let me go get some laundry and make myself some eggs, and then maybe I'll be back.
Okay, cool. Join anytime.
All right.
All
Bye,
right.
everybody. I'll see you in a bit.
Bye. And everyone else, I'm going to fix the cameras, so give me a hot second here once Opti drops.
You want me to just push the button?
Yeah, push the button.
Disconnect. Okay. Bye.
All right. So there goes Opti. Although, let's see. If I do a screen share, then it should all pop back up, and that makes my life a lot easier. And that's really what it's all about, right? So, did I fix it? I fixed it! Haha! I'm so smart. All right. So everything is back up. We have a little window. I can actually hide that. Tech stuff. I am not Opti, unfortunately, so let me change my name. Boop. There we go. Transition that over. Turn that one off. Look at that, and we're good to go. So thank you everyone who's joined us. A kind of last minute decision. We were going to take a break and then decided to stay on because our chat grew, and we wanted to see you guys and engage and talk about the Kickstarter. So since it's just me for now, let me check Discord and see if anyone is talking about. Okay, cool. All right, so again, if anyone would like to jump on and chat with me, if you're a streamer and you want to come have a conversation about Misspent Youth, let me know and I'll send you the invite link. But looks like I'm a little off center here too. Fix this while I talk. Can I do that? Can I multitask? So yeah, we want to talk about some Misspent Youth stuff. So I'm gonna add that and give me one more moment. Did that work? No. Let's try this one. Transform. Oh, we just got another backer. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You guys are so great. This has been a lot of fun to do, which is why we are still here. All right, so basically the story of Misspent Youth here, from my understanding of it and my perspective, I guess, is I became familiar with Robert Bull, who's the creator of Misspent Youth, by play testing his game Demi-Humans, which has a lot of similar elements with like the narrative style gaming and the friendship questions and stuff like that. And it was kind of like different superpowers or classes and stuff like that. Like I remember playing, it's been a couple of years since I played it now, but I remember playing an elf, but you define what it means to be an elf. So I actually made it like a druidic tree person, so like barky skin and like could grow branches and extend like the length of legs and things like that. So that was a lot of fun. And Opti had said that he started playing Misspent Youth because he was looking specifically for a game like this that was less rules heavy, more narrative, and like stand up against authority, like fight back, and a game and a space that encourages that. So he got to know Robert Bull when Robert decided that he no longer wanted to be in the gaming business because it's got its challenges. He worked with Opti to get him the license for fragging unicorns, and that's kind of what led to us doing the Kickstarter here. So fragging unicorns came into existence, and Rem Alternus came into existence in 2018, and one of the things that we have is my work history is in operations, so I was able to manage and kind of organize the business side of things, and Opti is very much a creator and wants to focus on writing, focus on creating these games and developing that stuff, and not do the less fun work. So that's what I came in for. So I had never played Misspent Youth until a few weeks ago when Clifton Lambert, who's the lead developer, got the playtest ready. Basically, one of the settings that is going to be in Fall in Love, Not in Line. There's going to be several settings, I think 5 or 6. And each chapter is going to be a new setting that you can just open the book and play. So we played Clifton's version, and it was a lot of fun. It was a cyberpunk fantasy setting where it takes place in Neo-Babylon. So if you're familiar with Gangs of the Undercity, it's the same setting there. And you end up picking your youthful offenders that are all pre-made for you. That's the goal of Fall in Love Not in Line, is it's inviting people to come game easily. So if you've never played before, you can pick up the book and in one night you're ready to go, because it's so rules light, it's so streamlined. The world is already created for you, the characters are already created for you. You sit down and play. So that's what we did. That's what we played, and the playtest is available to watch on the Kickstarter page itself. And we're going to be playing a game of Misspent Youth here, both on Twitch and on the Kickstarter page in 2 hours now. So it'll be 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central. So we're going to be playing with a new group of players. Derica and Shay have never played before. Myself and Clifton have played the playtest with the updated rules. Opti hasn't even played yet, so that's going to be new and fun for him. So we're going to go over the rules so you can watch that. You can watch us pick our youthful offenders and talk about them, and then we're going to get started. So the characters are pretty great and well balanced. There's a mage. Char is a mage. Truce is like a tough fighter, but also has the conviction pretty, which can sell out to Vane. So, when do you become more like the authority, and when do you use your power for good, not evil? What else is happening? There's Truce and Char. They're kind of close. Witch is an orphan that has cybernetic knife enhancements in her arms, so that's neat. Panda is a hacker, and his sister Beatty is kind of like the organized perfectionist. I think she's got some magic, for healing and things like that. And I'm missing someone. Palmer, I'm missing your character, Jace, the golden boy, who is a lawjack cadet in training under his dad, and comes from a place of that kind of privilege, and trying to come to terms with what the lawjacks do aren't always ethical, and so where do you stand and where is your place in that? So really interesting characters, and we're gonna have a struggle. So our first episode, I'm not even sure if we're gonna play the same episode as the first playtest, since maybe we will. We'll see. But I don't know what Cliff has in mind. But yeah, we're gonna the one we did in the playtest that's on the page itself it takes place. The first scene is in school cafeteria, and everyone's having their lunch. It's a massive food court type thing where you can get any food you want basically from these different stalls. And the kids that brought their lunches, there's a sign that says no outside food allowed, and the authority is trying to get them to throw out their food and ostracize them. You can't even enter the lunchroom to be with your friends unless you're paying for food. So what are we going to do to stand up against that? So it starts as easy as that, where it's just this situation that you might have actually seen something similar happen before, where someone's being ostracized for not having money or whatever the case may be. And so we stand up, we fight back, and we make sure that those kids get to eat. So the episode, or that scene, we then start the struggle. So the authority places a number, and if we roll that number, the scene ends and we lose. If we roll and it's any other number, we claim that number, and if we roll that number again, we win. So the scene eventually ends by rolling the same number that's claimed on the board somewhere, but if you get the authority, if you get the number and if the authority claims, you lose. If you get a number that the youthful offenders claim, you win. And then you just narrate it. So the rules are that simple, and every time you roll and claim a new number, the tension just builds, whether it's the authority claiming a number or the youthful offenders claiming a number. So this is how I stand up. Well, this is how the authority reacts. Well, this is how the next youthful offender stands up. Well, this is how the authority reacts. So the tension just keeps rising until one of those numbers is rolled that is claimed by one or the other, and then you narrate the ending of the scene. Did we win or did we lose? The episode has 5 scenes. So by the end of the episode, the youthful offenders hopefully have more wins than the authority does. When that happens, the youthful offenders get to dismantle a system of control that the authority has. So in this specific playtest that we did, Kingu Corp is the authority, and they control the high school. Well, maybe we dismantle that control. Maybe they find out that, like, ooh, it's not profitable or beneficial to our public image to own a high school. So maybe we'll release that, and then they lose that system of control. So those are that's kind of an example of how it works, and that's just one scene. But yeah, largely how the book is written as well with these chapters is that that the book sets up these first scenes for you and tells you what your objective is, tells you that you're in the cafeteria and this is what you're facing. But by the third, fourth, and fifth scene, you're creating your own. Like, all right, this is what happened in the last scene. Maybe you were successful in the cafeteria. What are you going to do next? Maybe you're doing homework with your friends. Maybe you're going to a party. Maybe you're going to the local arcade. Whatever it might be. But you set the scene, and then you decide what your goal is to dismantle that authority. So that's how you play with that. Pengu? No, it's Kingu. Kingu Corp. Kingu. But yeah, so that's how the game works. And that's the different things you can expect to see when we play the game later today. Feel free to post if you have questions. I'm losing my voice a little bit. Hey, Lily. Hey, Bree. Those are work friends. We are at 53 backers. $4,133. Thank you again so much. Just for funsies, let's see what Kicktrack has to say. Since I am not obsessed with it like Opti is. Let's see here. Oh, thanks, Jess. You're wonderful. Kicktrack. We are number 9 on the list on today's top 10. We got up to number 7 for a little while, but we gotta boost it up here to get back up to 7 again. All right, so if we continue at this rate, which no Kickstarter does, we would be on track to making $118,000. So that's funny. But it's still also stuck at the $3,818 mark. And we are at 4,133. So that 118 would be even higher. Yeah, we're killing it. And since Bree's in chat, Bree, I've been saying it all morning, but I'm going to say it again. Bree, Ava, Winston, thank you guys all so much for the exceptionally hard work that you put into the Kickstarter. The page looks great. The graphics look amazing. The graphics were done by Bree, so everyone should yay Bree in chat. Hashtag yay Bree. That's my new favorite thing. But really appreciate all your hard work, Bree. You kick ass with everything we ask you to do. Whew. Fixing my cameras again. Because I have to sit up really tall to be seen, so I don't want to do that. There we go. All right. Does anybody have questions? Let me open up the chat here again. Yay, hashtag yay Bree. It worked. Thanks, Justin. Appreciate you. 25 people in chat. I minimized Discord again, so I have a bad habit of that. So I woke up at 3:30 this morning, Eastern time, to do an interview for the UK. It was 10 a.m. UK time, and I am the sleepy. So I'm a little slow at button pushes and stuff. It's a little hard. Hey, a new backer, 54 backers, 4,203. That's amazing. Thank you so much. can't do it without you guys. So really, really appreciate it. It's good to have you you all here with us. What other questions do we have? Let's talk about the rewards. We haven't really talked about the rewards on the Kickstarter. I'm gonna go take a look, and we're gonna talk about that. So our tip jar, we have 2 backers there. Thank you so much. That's just like, hey, I see you. You're doing good stuff. Have some dollars, because we like you. So that's really nice. $20 is all digital, so you get, and we just made this clear before Opti left here, but you get the PDF of Fall in Love, Not in Line, which is what this is all about. And for free, we're going to also send you the previous 2 PDFs. In case you didn't have them from before, you now have them. If you had them already, give a PDF to someone else. Give it to a friend. We're good with that. So yeah, it's just an extra thank you to you guys. We have 13 backers in that $20 mark. We have $35. You get a soft cover of Fall in Love, Not in Line, and PDFs of all 3 books. So just the 1 book for the soft cover and PDFs of everything. We have 12 backers there. Our highest reward so far is the $70 level. So if the book itself, so let's say $35 for the just soft cover of the Fall in Love, Not in Line, for twice that, you get 3 books. So buy 2, get 1 free. You get your full printed set and all the PDFs. And then we get to the $150 levels. So you get to play a game with the creator of your choice. So Opti, who's the owner of Fug and the founder, or Clifton, who is the lead developer on Misspent Youth. He's going to be our GM or authority today at 12:30 Central when we play. Play with me. This is one thing that, like, I don't love GMing. I do GM, but I don't love it. I'm not great with memory for rules and stuff like that. And I felt very pressured when I ran the playtest for this, because I was like, oh no, it's something I'm not familiar with and I've never run before and I'm scared. But it was so easy that I was like, yeah, if you want to use me for a reward, you can. So we can play together. And then for $500, you and 4 friends can have a game all to yourselves with Ava, me, and then we had a reward level at Clifton and Opti as well, which are no longer available. Those are already gone, and we are, almost 4 hours in? That's why I'm losing my voice. We've almost been talking for 4 hours, and then I had the hour-and-a-half interview this morning. So, whew, it's okay. I'll suffer for Misspent Youth. I'll just pretend I was shouting at the authority. You get a PDF. You get a PDF. Everyone gets a PDF. I love it, Bree. You're great. Yeah, Justin, don't worry about being too busy for playtesting, though, because there's more playtest settings coming down the line, too. So as more of the writers, once we're funded, we know 100% sure this is happening, the writers are going to start work on their settings, and I'm sure they're going to want to playtest those, too. So we'll have more. What else is happening? What is the best new thing in this version? Palmer, I feel like you are better equipped to answer that because you played the old version and the new version. I've only played the new version. So I'm not sure. You have to tell me. You have to give me the answer. Hey, 55 backers. Thank you so much, new backer. It's been our theme to say you're our favorite every time we get a new backer. See here. Really appreciate everyone for joining us and playing along. Oh, man. All right. Well, let's see. Oh, that was Dub Dubs. Dub Dubs, thank you. I like you most days. you missed it earlier, Derica. One of the stretch goals, someone said if we get to 100K, I have to recite puns for 15 minutes or something like that. I was like, I would do it for Opti. It's fine. Well, we're well on our way to Opti's goal. That when he gets back for tech for the playtest, he's hoping to be at 5,000. He was at about 4,000 when he left. So we're at 42% funded, 8% to reach Opti's goal. We're hoping to be funded within the first 24 hours. So we really want to do it. Also going to work on settings. Palmer is one of our writers for settings. Yes. Blab about that too. Seeing how redemption plays. Yeah, that was an idea. Was redemption in the first book? You'll have to tell me. Because that was something that we talked about. So at the end of each episode, I had talked about how you can dismantle a system of control that the authority has, but we're also talking about the idea of redeeming. So if someone on your team has sold out a conviction, or has sold out several, is there a chance at redemption to get one of those back? And like your team, your cell has to decide, do we dismantle authority, or what's more important, saving the soul of our friend? And I think that's a really cool angle to take with it and to talk through, and it has to be a decision made by the group. Because when you have a campaign, like we're going to be playing every week here on Tuesdays for 5 episodes. If I sell out every single one of my convictions, our entire group loses. So we may win the episode, we may win the scene, but we've lost the war. So you don't want to sell out all of your convictions. You want to save your convictions as much as possible, and not sell out. So making those choices about like, do I give up part of my morals in order to see this through, or and hopefully dismantle a system of control, or is it not worth it? Because I think you only have like 4 or 5 convictions, so it can get costly. Really, if your party sells out 1 conviction per episode, you're doing okay. But again, it depends on how many episodes you got. Friends helping friends get better. Me too. I really like that, Palmer. I think that choice of I want to dismantle this authority, but friendship comes first. I really like that. I really like that idea a lot. That's a cool mechanic. Awesome. I can't believe that we are still at 25 viewers. We have $4,238, 55 backers. Justin says, I heard there are mechanics to help D&D GMs have an easier time transitioning to a high narrative game. Yeah, the really nice thing about Fall in Love Not in Line is how accessible it is, to start playing right away. So, Bree here in chat, she always jokes she's on our team, but she says, I'm not a gamer. I'm slowly converting her. But she, she could pick up the book and start playing because it's all right there for you. You literally can read from the script if you really want to. So, the fact that it's so easy, and before you start any episode or any scene, you exchange friendship questions. So at the start of an episode, you each exchange them, and then before each scene, one person asks them. So before the episode starts, that's my favorite part, because you each get to go around and ask someone something, and you have a list of friendship questions you can ask from, or you can make up your own. I could say, what is Char's favorite book, or favorite school subject, or TV show or video game, or whatever it might be, or what is something we do together? What is our hobby? One of my favorites was, what is our guilty pleasure music we listen to? And I think that's a fun one to see what people come up with guilty pleasure music. So yeah, I really like the idea of those friendship questions and the fact that you have to make it up on the fly. So it really gets you into the narrative gaming where you start to realize early on that, oh, I can make it all up. You know, nobody's going to say no. Nobody's going to neg me. Nobody's going to whatever. If I say it, it's now canon within this game that we're playing. So that's a really cool feature. I like that a lot. It's a big selling point for me. I've only played D&D and Subversion coming soon. Subversion is... I'm very excited about it. So for those who don't know Fragging Unicorn Games, their first Kickstarter project was Gangs of the Undercity, which was a cyberpunk fantasy miniatures skirmish game. And a lot of work, a lot of dedication went into that. And now... later this year is coming Subversion, which is a role-playing game that takes place in that world. So really cool stuff that Fragging Unicorns is working on, as opposed to everything else. Like, I feel like every other week I get a message from Opti, like, a great idea for a card game would be blah, blah, blah. And he'll just kind of go on his tangent of new ideas that someone could do. And that's really cool to have all that creativity in one place. Pup Scoden, welcome to the chat. When does the Kickstarter go until? Today's day 1. So we go until, I think it's May 19th, 30 days from now. So, it's early on. And we're in really good shape for day 1. You know, it's only been 4 hours, going on 4 hours. And we're at 42%. Can't wait to see that continue to grow. I know that the West Coasters are just kind of getting to work now and getting settled in. So hopefully they have a chance to check out the stream, check out our playthrough, our actual play that's happening in an hour, right? I keep messing up my time zones now. Hi, Pup Scoden. Who are you? Do I know you? I feel like I know you. I feel like you're probably a Now Power. Oh, it's Dylan! Dylan! Congratulations! So everyone should know Dylan. Hi, Dylan. Dylan is a award-winning playwright and just won a new award. I can't remember which one it is, but it's for your Native American play, right, that you just wrote. And yeah, he's phenomenal. I have another friend that's a playwright that I think is phenomenal, and when I saw him fangirl over Dylan, I got very excited. It's in California. That's awesome. Dylan, see, I still creep on you on Facebook. I care. Love. Oh, it's good to think about you. It makes me smile. Yeah, so Dylan, you should come write for us. Why don't you transition to RPGs? You can do plays and RPGs, right? We can put you to work. Hey, you know, we're always looking for writers, and I think you more than qualify, buddy. Need you to meet Opti. Opti is not on chat right now, but he will be again shortly, and we'll get you some work there. You're learning Twine? What is Twine? What does that mean? Hey, we have a bot. Who are you? How do I mod at you? I need to phone a friend. It's a video game script writing thing. Ooh, like basically choose your own adventure. Oh, nice. Yeah, Dubs, if you know how, it's F-O... Don't ban Bree. Thanks, Rio, for banning Fow1D bot. I appreciate you very much. You guys are great. See, look at that. Community is all right here, and they're like, how do I help? Let me banhammer someone. It's great. Derica loves Bree to pieces, by the way. Anything Bree does, Derica's like, I will be there. What else is happening? What else do you guys want to know? I talked about kind of the playtest. I don't know. I know they want like a mixture of settings, but they're leaving it open for the writers to decide once we're funded. So like nothing's set in stone yet, but like they're going to want like a fantasy setting, I don't know, steampunk setting, a whatever setting. We talked about like a evil capitalist setting based off Cliff's first job, which was at what was it? A guitar center or something like that. Evil corporate overlords making you earn commission and dismantling that power of authority. So that would be fun. I didn't know you could run this game in Neo Babylon. That's cool. Honestly, like, here's the thing with Misspent Youth. The rule system is so simple that really you can run it anywhere you want. I even thought about, I am not a writer, don't ask me to do this, but I thought about like if you wanted to do D&D Misspent Youth, where it was like you are in a town and there's an evil dragon that's lording over the city, or an evil king or whatever, and you want to dismantle their systems of authority, like you can do that. It's such a narrative style of game that you can really set it anywhere you want. And that's really cool about it too. Opti even talked about doing a book for the Optiverse, which I'll explain in a second, that is like powered by Misspent Youth. So it's those rules, but with the Optiverse skin on it. The Optiverse is something Opti created a couple years ago that was a series of RPG streams that were Mutants and Masterminds was the gaming book or powered by that we used, but the like one of the shows was like Avengers for superheroes. One was like X-Men but with different, like everyone had their own unique powers and abilities and stuff like that. One was like I'm blanking on it. Anyway, there were a bunch of those different kinds. And yeah, the Optimist was in the Justicars, which was the Avengers style. So I got to play with Opti, and Cliff was the GM. And then the other one was the Variants, which was the X-Men style. And some of the faces you've seen on Realm Alternus, Randy was in that one. Thomas was in that one. Rusty, who is going to be on our Gen Con TV show on Thursday for the or not this Thursday. He's in 3 weeks. He's going to be on, and he was on it, so neat stuff. Yeah, so Opti really wants to... It kind of fell apart because it was so much organizing for all these different shows and everything, and they were supposed to cross over and like have, the metaverse comes together. But it got to be a lot, and then Opti started Fug, and that took over his life. So Optiverse kind of is unfinished, and I think he said he'd like to kind of put that into a setting book. Were you in Optiverse, Palmer? Which one were you on? I'm trying to remember. It's been so long. Wasn't one of them Cosmic Corsairs? I think that was one of them. That was like the space one. So the Peter Quill version. Star-Lord. Hey, we're at 56 backers. Thank you to whoever just backed. We really appreciate you. It's fun to watch the numbers go up. You guys should keep that going. Like, keep it going up. Yeah, Optiverse was a lot of fun. I feel like something else came up we were going to talk about. Oh. So, shameless plug for Gen Con TV. we have a new show starting on Gen Con TV's Twitch channel. And that starts this Thursday. We're going to be playing Shadowrun, and there's going to be an hour pre-show where we do interviews every week. So the first week is going to be a bunch of the Shadowrun developers and Catalyst Game Labs folks, so that we can talk about how awesome Shadowrun is. And once a month as well, we're going to be doing one-shots. So we're going to take a break from Shadowrun once a month and run something like Misspent Youth is going to be our first one on May 12th. And we're going to interview for the pre-show Clifton, Opti, and Robert. And then I think our second one is planned during Origins weekend, and we're going to do Legend of the Five Rings. So that'll be a fun one too. So much happening. It's a busy week. You know, Kickstarter launch, premiere of Gen Con TV, Twitch stream. No big deal. NBD. I'm so tired. It's fun though. This is good energy. So I will sleep for days after this. Thomas, I know you're watching. I told Opti and Cliff earlier that like I'm an extroverted introvert, so I love all this, but then like I'll only be communicating in grunts with you for the next 2 to 3 days while I recuperate my energy levels from this. So that's sorry. I know. Yeah, you know me. Especially losing my voice from all the talking. We need creamer and cough drops. Can you bring creamer and cough drops home? Shopping list on Twitch. Who would have thought? All right. Well, it looks like we're at the 42.5% goal, or part of our goal here. So it looks like we've kind of stagnated. So I think we're gonna take our break. But again, join us in 1 hour, less than an hour, and we're gonna be, wait, hold on, 1 hour and a half. I keep messing this up, guys. I'm meeting for tech at 1 p.m. Central, 1:30 p.m. Central, which is 12:30 p.m. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired. Someone help me with this. All right, hold on. Let me think. So at 1:30 Eastern is 12:30 Central. 12:30 Central is when we go live with Misspent Youth, our playthrough. Dubs, yes, you are supposed to be there for that. We're getting on at 12 noon Central for tech. So we're getting on in about 50 minutes for that. Please be there. And Shay, I need to remind Shay as well. But yeah, thank you all so much. 42% is an awesome start for 4 hours in. And hopefully in another 4 hours, we will be backed. So I'll see you guys in about an hour. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for backing, and we'll see you soon. Bye, everyone.